Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Good morning.
You're Commissioner of the RCMP,
Yes, I am.
and you have been since 2018.
Yes.
How long have you been with the RCMP?
Since 1986.
Today, I'm going to ask you about RCMP culture, after action reports or reviews or the lack thereof, H Division leadership issues, and the role of communications in the RCMP. Starting with RCMP culture, I'd like you to help us understand how change gets implemented at the RCMP. So, for example, when the commissioners of this inquiry make their recommendations, what happens at RCMP National Headquarters?
Well, thank you. That's a great question because obviously there's been a lot of change. When I became commissioner in 2018, we brought in what we call Vision 150 and then Vision 150 and beyond. And so you can bring in all types of initiative, but there has to be a foundation piece before that. So for example, building trust amongst the employees of the RCMP and leading change. So often if it's something that is not something completely familiar with somebody, it's always best to explain why you're doing the change or why it's important. And sometimes what's the risk of not changing? So that's part of change management. But it's also about, the only things that get done, I believe, are the things that get measured. So it's really important to have tracking mechanisms. So if you look at Vision 150, for example, you can go on our website. We track all the initiatives, provide timelines, milestones, and as important as how things are moving along is why they aren't moving along. So having people regularly report up and explain why, what's the barrier to implementing this? Is it a question of money, resources? You don't have the proper technology. So it's really important to ensure that it is always brought forward in a regular sort of rhythm. And I think I use Vision 150 because that is our 4 pillars of change. It's our people, our culture, our stewardship, and our policing services. And underneath all 4 of those pillars are all the various ways that we can be a more modern organization and improve our relationships with Indigenous people, make ourselves a more modern policing agency. And so that's a lot of change, and it can't be from the top down. It also has to be from the bottom up and have people buy into that organizational change. And I'm actually quite proud of the employees of the RCMP and how they've been very, very receptive to all the different things that we've been doing in the Vision 150 and beyond. So if you don't keep up with the regular reporting and the tracking and letting the public see what you're doing so that they are in fact helping us be accountable.
Is that your intention with this Commission of Inquiry?
Absolutely.
And when you say we will decide who to lead, do you mean you, or is it a group of people?
No, I'm a very collaborative type leader, and so my senior executive committee, we meet up to 3 times a week, and I always like to speak with people who are impacted by decisions that we make, whether it's internal or external, and try to get a sense, because there's so much going on in the RCMP with 32,000 employees and 750 locations. I can't have my finger on the pulse, and so I rely on my team, and I rely on our senior management team, which is all the commanding officers as well.
Nature. Can the RCMP decide on its own what to do and what to implement, or does there have to be government or political approval?
Well, each and every initiative, we would have sort of an action plan. So if it was legislative, obviously we don't control for legislation, but we can also be the subject matter experts in helping to initiate legislation. So that might be our role. If it requires funding, for example, something or a certain technology, well, then that would be in the action plan, and it might take longer. There might, in fact, be some recommendations. If we're not working with the Commission on the recommendations, there might, in fact, be recommendations, and that is that we can't implement. And so I found that in previous reports where sometimes it's too prescriptive or too granular, and it makes it difficult sometimes for us to implement those recommendations.
So you've been You said if you're not working with a commission, what do you mean by that?
It's absolutely important that the commission is completely independent, but we are not immune to reviews. We've had a lot of reviews and we have a lot of review bodies. And often when a review body is going to take on some form of review, they will come to us and we'll speak about the scope and have that discussion. Ultimately, the review body, it's their decision on the scope, but consulting often helps narrow down what they're trying to accomplish.
What factors other than the recommendations themselves does the RCMP need to take into account when going through the implementation process?
Well, obviously finances, resourcing. We will stand up a team when we have major reports. It might be legislative. It might be contrary to legislation. It might be contrary to some operational policy. It doesn't mean that it's not still doable or implementable. There just might be more steps, or there may be an explanation as to why we can't implement it in the way that it's suggested. However, we can do this. I always say, and it's been my sort of mantra for several years of my career, is never start the conversation with no. Like, let's try to see how we can do something. And I think these recommendations and the implementation, it's a non-negotiable for us.
Have you thought about how this process is going to work with this inquiry?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't gotten into any details because we want to see, like I said, scrub them down, theme them up, and see who's the best to lead. Because we're a decentralized organization and people move from province to province, the more we can not standardize but speak with one voice, excuse me, the more we can make things standard from one place to another, the easier it is for the frontline personnel to know what to do when they move from Nova Scotia to New Brunswick. They're not learning a whole new system. So the more we can keep things similar, they might not be identical, but I have another mantra that says one voice with flexibility, and we need to speak with that one voice, but we have to have the flexibility because what we can do in Lower Mainland BC cannot be done in Prince Edward Island or Northwest Territories.
Yes, and we were talking to retired Assistant Commissioner Bergman yesterday about whether any implementation could happen directly at the divisional level. And so her perspective was, yes, that that commanding officer could act on some recommended changes without waiting for approval from national headquarters, and if it was a question of resources, could go directly to the province to fund those initiatives. Do you agree with that, or would you want divisions to wait until national headquarters decided whether or how to implement recommendations?
Anything that would affect the safety of Canadians or the people responding, we can't wait. We can't wait and say, oh, we have another incident and we sat back and did nothing. Right. And I don't completely agree that it's up to the division to be implementing everything. I think it's a combination because some things have national implications. And even if the division may not think it's national, we want, again, if something has been identified in Nova Scotia that is so important that it's a recommendation in Nova Scotia, it is probably something that across the country, in the RCMP, for example, we should look at. Since I became commissioner, I created what I call the Chiefs of Police Roundtable. We talk about a lot of different commonalities and issues. And of course, people are interested in what we do because often we have resources to do a bit more research or to implement things. So
who are the members of that organization?
There's 1 to 2 representatives from each province and territory, and it's policing chiefs. It's chiefs of various police agencies representing big municipalities, small Indigenous police agencies, and medium size across from coast to coast to coast.
Is that a voluntary body focused on policymaking?
It's focused on issues such as systemic racism was one of the issues, which led into crisis intervention and de-escalation. Our first goal was to create the first ever one model across the entire country of all police agencies of crisis intervention and de-escalation. Where right now we've created a task force. They're in the consultation phase with the communities most affected by our intervention. there's a real appetite to be speaking with the same voice more than ever, and having a strong voice in policing. We're very fortunate in Canada. There's 194 police agencies as opposed to 18,000 in the United States. So we have the ability to speak more with one voice. And I don't think years ago there was much of an appetite for that. Everybody was kind of going their own way, but they realized that there's strength in numbers of doing things together. So we have a task force on de-escalation and crisis intervention. We have one on calls to mental wellness, external facing. And the third one we just created was hate crimes.
Different police forces speaking with one voice is not always well received by other chiefs of police. For example, in Nova Scotia, the perception of some municipal chiefs of police was the RCMP just wanted that one voice to be the voice of the RCMP. So how do you deal with that?
I agree with you. When I first got in the chair, I kept hearing the expression, the big red machine. And I went, honestly, that's not who we are. That's not who we want to be. And we're better together. And so I say relationships have to be built every single day, just like trust. You don't gain it and then put a check mark and say, okay, we're done. You really need to focus on that relationship and build it during good times. And then when things are not so good, it happens because you've built the relationship beforehand. I think we often take relationships for granted and think, yeah, we've built it, it's all good. But people change, ideas change, pressures change. If you're competing for the same dollars within a province, it's sometimes difficult because you say to yourself, you know what, maybe we're looking as if we're trying to take control instead of actually trying to assist. And so it's important that you build that relationship of trust and credibility before you start trying to have conversations about policing standards or having conversations about how we can work better together.
In your experience, can the culture of the RCMP be a barrier to accepting recommendations for change?
Anything can be a barrier, absolutely, but in my experience since I've been commissioner, I've never seen such a great willingness for people to change. Our generations thrive on change, and especially when it comes to anything, training, tactical, equipment, uniform, anything that can make them respond better or more efficiently or more effectively, they're on it. Like you don't even have to manage that change, they're just begging for more and more. But when you're looking at things that aren't operational, like culture change, and looking at things when you talk about systemic racism or systemic barriers, sometimes it's harder. And that's when I refer to, talking about why it's important. What's the risk of doing it, and what's the risk of not doing it? And having people buy into it. You have to make sure that people buy into it, because otherwise it's really a waste of time. And so ideas have to come from the bottom up. You can't just say to yourself, I'm the commissioner of the RCMP and my senior executive committee we're right and this is what we're going to do. Because the old expression, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So how do they become part of the solution, part of the ideas? And we've seen it with Vision 150 and the buy-in and the excitement around that. And we've really been able to push the envelope and move the yardstick quite a bit in those initiatives.
Have you seen the approach to change since 1986?
Oh my goodness, yes. 1986, yikes. It's interesting, when I was a commanding officer, and I would go to Ottawa and see the big table. And I remember it was very rank conscious, and it was on one side of the table was all of the people from Ottawa, and on the other side of the table were all, there was only 2 female COs, and we were all on one side of the table, and the lower your rank, the further you were from the center. It was very rank conscious. And I remember, and I was not thinking of being the commissioner at this point, but I said, if I was ever commissioner, I would never have this table. I hate this table. I hate what this table represents. And so when I got there, I had the opportunity, I remember bringing up something at that table and getting shut down. And I said, that is not conducive to creativity, innovation, hearing people's points of view. So it was really important to me when I got in the chair to create a table where people could speak honestly and forthright, be respectful, challenge the commissioner, challenge the senior executive committee, challenge the commanding officers, and be able to speak freely. And we can do it in breakout sessions. We can do it together in groups. We're at round tables. People are mixed and matched. Rank, there is no rank in that table. And I'm really proud of that. And when I got to the table, first of all, when I first joined the RCMP, every single senior executive was a white male and was a police officer. Now my senior executive committee is a mix of civilians and regular members. There's males and there's more females actually. We have diversity in experience, diversity in color, we have diversity in gender. And our commanding officers, when I came in as commissioner, there was 2 commanding officers that were female. At one point we were over 50% female. We're a little bit below 50% because of some of the changes. And I'm so proud of that because it just lends so many different lenses to everything, and we do really work on using the gender-based analysis plus on everything we do, including equipment. So when we're in the midst of evergreening our firearm, do we need a 10-pound trigger pull on a firearm? Does that eliminate small-statured people? How can we be more inclusive? So everything's about being more inclusive, more diverse, and more accountable.
When thinking about, you did sign a briefing note advising the Minister of Public Safety that there was a NOISP review underway. That was of the investigation after the moment that the critical incident ended. And so it says, issue to provide you with an update regarding the status of ongoing investigations into multiple homicides. If you can just scroll down to the bottom so that you can see. So that's signed by you, dated December 4th, 2020, which is the date that criminal charges were laid in this matter.
Yeah, it's from what I understood on the NOISP review is, first of all, it's about the investigation. And as soon as the investigation was brought into play and the charges were laid, at the first instance, they had intended to bring people from outside the division and start doing a review. But what happened was with the COVID restrictions and with the capacity in some of the divisions, because there's specific experts in this field that do these reviews, they weren't able to get people in the ground. And then all of a sudden charges were being laid. So as soon as that happens, the NOISP review is held in abeyance.
One thing was, we saw the mandate letter for this review yesterday from August of 2020, and it was sent to the head of the MCU@H division, not copied to then CO Bergman, and she testified that even as of yesterday, she didn't know that there had been a NOISP review begun. Did that surprise you?
Well, it would, unless people assume that she would know, and we know what happens when you assume. So it was. I'm surprised that they didn't brief her on it and say, okay, this is what we're going to do, because you obviously want your commanding officer to have. They might not, as per myself, you don't know things intimately, but you're aware that they exist. And if it comes to wanting to know more information, you at least know it exists, and you can request. You can also request updates. But if you don't know it exists, it's pretty hard to do that. So I was fairly surprised.
So you would have expected her officers to brief her on that review happening, right?
I would assume. The wellness review?
Yes.
No, I saw the wellness review in June, just a few days prior to coming to Nova Scotia for Constable 𝐂𝐫𝐫𝐸𝐬.
That was 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Would you have expected to have seen it sooner, given that it was completed in September of 2021?
Yeah, I was quite surprised. It didn't. I didn't think about it during that time, and it wasn't until I was going to Nova Scotia and I was having a town hall with the officers, and one of the potential questions was, can we have an update on the wellness review? And all of a sudden, I was like, oh my goodness, I hadn't even thought of the wellness review. It had fallen off my radar. And so when I went to find out, I knew that I was at that time advised that, yeah, it was still on the radar, that the report had been finished in September 2021, I believe. I had not gotten a copy of the report, so I quickly reviewed it before going to H Division. I had, I told them that we were going to give them more information going forward, and that there was some work to be done.
When you say you went to find out, who did you go to find out from?
It was with both the activity was being sort of co-run by primarily the Chief Human Resource Officer as well as the Deputy Commissioner Brennan. Were co-facilitating the process, if you want to say.
So what we talked about, the document that the Commission has is a summary report. Have you ever seen the full report?
Yes.
So that does exist.
Yes.
And the summary we saw summarized feedback from H Division officers to the effect that dysfunctional relationships with provincial and municipal partners had been allowed to continue for years. Were you aware of that dynamic prior to reading the report?
I wasn't intimately knowing about that from before the mass casualty, but in recent months I received a letter from the president of the Nova Scotia Association of Chiefs of Police talking about changing the status of the RCMP in that organization. And that's when obviously when I got the letter, I dug deeper and said, what's going on here? Why is this happening? And I knew, obviously, I don't follow the media intimately, but I knew that there was some strain in some of the events at the mass casualty event between some of the police agencies. So I wasn't oblivious to the fact that there were some strains in the relationship. I didn't know to what extent, but when I received the letter and replied back, that's when I received more information.
And I should note that the Commission has subpoenaed the full Quintet report. Okay. Ms. Bergerman yesterday appeared to disagree that relations... Oh, microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. I just thought it would be a good time to clarify that the report that was provided to the Commission is the only report. There is no other version. I know it's called a summary report, but there's no longer version of that report. It is just the one report.
Ms. McPhee is giving evidence that's contradicting the evidence the witness is giving on the stand, so...
There is I've only seen one report.
Oh, okay.
I know we did provide, when I say summary, the officers in the division were given an email that provided a summary of the themes, but those themes were gleaned out of the report. There was no short version or executive summary report. It was all just one report. Sorry for the confusion.
Can we see the document, please, Madam Registrar?
Yes, we'll get that clarified to make sure.
So it says on the title page, summary report, wellness assessment. And that is the document that I was talking to you about in your interview. Yeah,
and there is no other documents in regards to this wellness assessment. This is the one and only document that we got from the company.
So I had understood you to say a moment before Ms. McPhee said this was the only document, that there was also a full report that you have seen.
No, I think when you referred to the full report, I was talking about the unredacted version. I saw it unredacted, and then obviously I saw it redacted.
Can we just scroll down a little bit, please, Madam Registrar? Keep going. And scroll down some more, please. Maybe just slowly. So here we have on page 4, the counter sections. I believe this is, if you can just scroll up a bit to see the heading on this section. This is key elements of the statement of work. So this has ellipses between paragraphs, so they're excerpts. So that appears to be not the complete statement of work. Have you seen the full statement of work?
I believe I have, but I didn't read it intimately. But there is, when we were going through it's one part of the procurement process, is a statement of work.
Okay, and the Commission has also subpoenaed that document, the statement of work. Do you know how this particular firm was selected, Quintet?
I think they had a standing offer, so it made the procurement process easier, is what I was told, I believe.
Do you know that there are former RCMP people working at Quintet?
No, I had no idea.
Were you concerned when you heard that there were wellness issues in H Division leadership?
Oh, I'm always concerned. I wasn't surprised completely because I think what that division went through post this mass casualty, and hearing criticism about your people or your division or your organization within the province is not easy to take. And of course, giving people a confidential voice to allow themselves to speak freely about any of the issues. I think a lot of things come out as a result of it, and not undermining anything that was said. We just have to go through that, scrub it down, and figure out what the issues are, what the root causes are, if you want to be solution-based. So it's all about, even though somebody might have said something that they believed, I'm not saying it's not true. It's just, is it an issue that needs to be dealt with, or is there a bigger issue, or is there something completely else? And trying to deconflict what everybody is saying and come up with what are the issues and how can we come to solutions.
When it occurred to you relatively recently that you hadn't seen this report and you went and asked about it, was there an explanation given to you about why it wasn't brought to your attention in a timely way?
No, there wasn't a big explanation because the person who was the keeper of the report, the previous CHRO, had since retired, and it was only the new CHRO who had been in the position for weeks, maybe not even 6 weeks, that was in the process of dealing with it. So she had no real explanation, obviously, because that was stemmed back from September 2021. Deputy Commissioner Brennan was part of that, but from what I understood, the dealing with the company, the rolling out of the Quintet contract was done on the CHRO side, and so I'm not sure why he didn't come forward, or the then CHRO. I was completely surprised. I was surprised that it had been out for months, like 6 to 8 months, and I wasn't aware of it.
And you're aware that it was initially suggested by CO Bergerman that there were these problems, and she went to DC Brennan, and that's how it came about? That's not the understanding I had in briefings with DC Brennan. I think Deputy Commissioner Brennan has quite an extensive relationship in Nova Scotia, so he knows a lot of people that are working there, and I think a few people reached out to him to voice some concerns. Then that's when he decided to go down to the division and interview some people to see the extent of the problem. And as a result of that, that's when he brought that to the attention of the commanding officer, then Lee Bergerman, and the crops officer, Chief Superintendent Leather, and sort of gave them the opportunity. Here are the issues. Let's see it. Let's get a plan. Let's deal with it, and deal with it at your level. And obviously, that didn't. I'm assuming, of course, it didn't work, because then they got into hiring an independent company to do a full wellness review. Once the review is done, though, wouldn't you think it would be important for the CO of H Division to know the results as soon as possible so they could start implementing any recommendations?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know that people have told me that they have been working on some of the recommendations, but honestly, the second that report is out and you scrub it down and you decide who's going to take the lead from there, and theme up, again, like I said, the recommendations, and start working on an action plan. It should include the division, obviously, because the wellness review is of the division.
It didn't, though. So the report was completed September of 2021. CO Bergerman didn't retire till October 2021. It was never provided to her. It was not provided to her successor. And it appears that it was only shared with H Division in July of 2022.
I think part of it is, if I recall, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman had retired in 2021, I think, at the end of...
But after the report, she was there till October of 2021.
And the report came out at the end of September, so it might have just been, well, she's, her last working days are within a month, I'm guessing. And then there was no successor right away that was in the position, so it was acting commanding officer Chris Leather, who should have been made aware of it.
Well, not only that, we've heard evidence that in an interview that Chris Leather, when he was acting CO, asked for it. He asked for it in late fall of 2021 after it was completed, and it wasn't provided to him. Do you know why that was?
No, I have no idea. I just know that the intention was when we got the report and the way that the report was written, and I'm obviously finding this out after the fact, it was written in such a way that it didn't protect the confidentiality of the many people who came forward, and many came forward because it was going to be confidential and they could speak freely. And the way it was written in certain respects wasn't respecting the confidentiality. So I don't think anybody had an intention after they read the report to say, okay, we're just going to share this freely. It needed to be either given an executive summary with the recommendations and an action plan, or it needed to be properly vetted because it did not protect the confidentiality of the participants that was guaranteed at the onset.
What's your view of the usefulness of the report then, if it can't be shared in the way it was intended?
I think that lessons learned when we go down this road again, if we're ever doing a wellness review, the report needs to be written in such a way that it can be shared. If there are issues that are one-off issues or something that would not protect the confidentiality, then maybe it's a separate conversation. But you can't have things that identify what people said when they're told that it's confidential. They can't be identified because that's against the protocol that you set up in place. If you were to say, listen, you're getting interviewed and everything is going to be disclosed, well, that's the rules, then you know going forward. I don't know how honest of an assessment you would get in that case, and so that's why it worries me in this particular report, because the participants were were told that they were going to remain confidential. I'm worried now going forward how, as an organization, how we would ever do any more wellness reports, because if it was me, I don't think I would ever participate in one, only because if it's totally disclosed to the public and it discloses some of the participants' comments that can be identifiable to the participant, that worries me. I think for the Commission's use, I truly believe that the Commission should have access to it, having access, but I don't know how it should be. Maybe they can translate what is in that report into things that will protect the confidentiality of the participants and use it in a very closed type setting. That's just my feelings.
So in terms of the report having any utility for change in H division, you're saying, given the way it was written, ideally the key points would have been taken out with an action plan sent to H division. Did that ever happen to your knowledge?
No, only recently, because when I was going to H division, then of course I found out that the report had been completed. I also was told that there was some small email in December and then in January talking about the report in general and some themes, and that they were going to work through it and come to some actions. I only learned this recently. When I spoke to the officers in E Division, I committed to them getting at minimally a summary and getting a list of each and every recommendation, and that if an action plan was not created, that an action plan would be created and shared with the participants. So all of that has happened, but only recently.
July of 2022?
Yes, yeah.
So you don't really know why National Headquarters didn't act on it sooner?
I just think someone dropped the ball or it fell through the cracks amongst 100 other things. I'm not even sure. Like it's really unfortunate because I sort of feel if participants take the time to come forward and be interviewed, then they have a right to know what's going to happen. And how are you going to fix something if you don't, follow through? And it's closing that loop. And that's why I think because I'm such a stickler about compliance and closing the loop, I wasn't happy with the fact that I know that there are some things, though, I will say, that have been worked on unofficially, like not through a tracking document, but I know that the CHRO has been working, previous CHRO is working through some of the things. But again, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, that just sort of falls against that. So we do need, that needed to be done better.
That was almost a year where the dysfunction and problems with retention were allowed to continue, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Bergman said a number of her officers complained to her after the events about feeling burnout and wanting to start charting their course to retirement and so on. Did you ever consider whether the demands of reporting up to national headquarters and aligning public messaging with national headquarters was itself a stressor on the senior leadership at H Division?
Well, in a general sense, in any of our major events, there always is sort of a spike in attrition. Some people just reevaluate their life and say, you know what, I'm at the retirement age, or I'm gonna, this is too stressful, sort of do a self-evaluation. So that's not unusual. To say that it's attributable to the headquarters and divisional relationship, I don't think for the majority of the people, they're thinking in those terms. I think
that was one thing that Chief Superintendent Leather identified as having made his job more difficult. When he came in as crops officer, there was no meeting with his predecessor. She was already gone. When he left, his successor had not been named. There was no transition planning process. So he identified that as something he mentioned it to the commissioners in the context of a possible recommendation. Is that a weakness that you plan to address?
Well, I'm not so concerned about if there's a transition, because sometimes someone will leave very quickly and you might not have the benefit of the transition.
But he gave 6 months' notice,
Yes.
and he was asking and asking, could his successor be named? He wants to meet with them. When he left his old position, he actually traveled back just to meet with that person for their benefit, but nobody did that for him. So it was identified as an issue.
No, and why I say I'm not as concerned, I'm more concerned with there has to be a transition process.
Do you agree that that lack of transition management can affect relationships with outside organizations? So, for example, there was a large amount of turnover in senior leadership in H Division in the 2018-2019 period. Now, again, 4 major players are gone, and if someone could be in the chair long enough to kind of give the idea of who's who in the province and stuff, would that not help with relations with other provincial and municipal partners?
Absolutely, but I have to say that, in all the time, the 4.5 years I've been commissioner, that was very unusual what happened in H Division with all the people leaving. Obviously, some of it had to do with the effects of the mass casualty. People were leaving a little earlier than their prescribed time, which there's not a set prescribed time, but we have sort of a general guideline. And having 3 of your senior leaders leave at the same time, in all my time in the 4.5 years, we've only had, a crops officer is leaving, so we replace, but the commanding officer is still there, so your corporate knowledge isn't going out the door all at once. So it was very unusual. And then there was...
We've heard a lot about the RCMP's communication strategies. You said in your interview at page 36 that you have a full team of communications experts at national headquarters, and that they assist or even take over communications for a division during a major event, right?
Depending on the circumstances, yes.
And as well, part of the media communication strategy for H Division involved something called the Issues Management Team, which we talked about in your interview. Mm-hmm. And I'd just like to understand a bit more about the purpose of that team. So I gather an issues management team was stood up in H Division in part to enable briefing up from H Division to national headquarters, right?
Yeah, I wasn't too familiar with the issues management team when you mentioned it in the interview. I know that it was something, I did learn a bit about it, but I didn't correspond with them at all. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know it existed at the time of when it was created.
It does appear that you had some direct contact with members of the team. Can we see Comm 62686, please? This is the notes of Superintendent Demopoulos at page 54 of the counter. And so you see there on the left, I realize these aren't your notes, but we've got the date there, September 1st, 2020. And at the time, 1400, it says briefing with Commissioner Darren Campbell, Chris Leather, Brian Brennan, Dennis Daly, Alison Whelan, and Rob O'Reilly. So I think we know who most of those people are. Rob O'Reilly was your chief of staff at the time?
Yes.
And who's Alison Whelan?
Alison Whalen, right now, she's my strategic policy and external relations officer, and she would have probably been in that position at that time. She wasn't in the position at the time of the mass casualty.
So that was at 2 o'clock, and then at 16:05, so just over 2 hours later, it says, presentation over, not completed, commissioner had to go. Presentation not completed, issues not discussed, and superficial comment made about style of presentation by commissioner regarding the use of a second monitor. Alison Whelan, can we make it a bit bigger, please, Madam Registrar? Questioned objectives, explanation provided by Darren Campbell. Very frustrating presentation, no engagement, no understanding of gravity of what's coming. Do you recall this presentation?
No, I don't, actually. The first thing I thought it might be, which then it wouldn't be that, is when I got a full briefing on the sequence of events, and that was several months after the event, but I don't think this was that.
Given who is present, it's safe to infer, it doesn't actually say this, but that it was a briefing about the 𝐓𝐸 investigation, right?
Whose notes are
This
these?
is Superintendent Costa Demopoulos,
Okay.
who is a member of the issues management team.
Unfortunately, I do not recall this.
So you don't recall why he would have been there with these other people?
It was some form of briefing from the 𝐓 or, the mass casualty event, but what it was specifically in regards to when it says issues not discussed, I'm not sure what the presentation was about. And the fact that we were there for 2 hours, I have no recollection.
So you don't recall why you had to leave before they were done presenting?
Sorry?
You don't recall it said that you had to leave and that they weren't finished? Presentation not
Yeah,
completed?
I don't recall it.
Okay. We talked about your April 28th, 2020 meeting with H Division officers after their press conference in your interview. But since that interview on August 4th, a couple of things have surfaced that I wanted to ask you about. So last Friday at 6:58 p.m. Atlantic, the Commission received an email from the Attorney General of Canada, which was new disclosure. So this is the email from you that we have already seen a different variation on this chain. So this is from you to 𝐂𝐫𝐬𝐬, who's the Minister's Chief of Staff with the firearms details. And then so one of the people copied on that, if we can stop there, we've got Rob O'Reilly copied, so he was your Chief of Staff. And then Rob Stewart was the Deputy Minister of Public Safety?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go up one little part of the chain, stop there, please. We have Mr. Stewart forwarding this email and asking, are any of these on the to be banned list? That's April 23rd, 2020. So did you ask him to forward that email and make that inquiry?
No, I did not.
Or was that tasked out?
No, I didn't. It wouldn't surprise me, though. I know for myself personally, when I get certain emails and I have no knowledge or I don't have the expertise, I often will go to my experts. In that case, the person that he sent it to was the sort of the subject matter expert in public safety to do with the firearms.
That's Randall Coops?
Yes.
And obviously, if you CC someone, then you lose control of it to the extent that anyone you copy can then forward that email, right?
Yes.
And were you aware that H Division, that certainly in the mind of, I believe, Chris Leather, that wasn't going to be shared beyond the RCMP, the firearms information?
When I sent that information on the 23rd, the request was that the minister and the government of Canada was looking for that information when I made the initial request. Then I got the information. There was no caveat to that information. I sent it forward, and it was almost at the same time or even before, but I didn't see the email till after, was an email about sharing it only internally, which for myself, I found that a little bit redundant because we would never, we share things internally at certain levels. Like I have no hesitation, anything that I know, I have no hesitation in sharing it with people in my senior executive committee. So to say, usually when I get information, if there's caveats, it would say, please do not share outside the RCMP, please do not share with Government of Canada or share up to the minister. When I get information, I get a lot of information, for example, from the federal policing national security side, and there's certain caveats, there's always caveats on that. The information that I got in the initial instance had no caveats, and it was shared up.
By to be banned list, Mr. Stewart meant, was it on the list of guns in the forthcoming firearms legislation to be announced May 1st, 2020, right? That's what he meant by to be banned?
Yes, because we had been working for the past few years under then Minister Goodale and then Minister Blair on gun legislation. The legislation was created or drafted and created in January of that year of 2020, and it didn't change. What you saw, I want to say advertised, not advertised, but presented in May 2020 was the exact same. Nothing had changed. So it didn't matter which guns were used in the incident because that legislation was already drafted in its final form and it was presented in May of 2020.
Well, if it didn't matter, why was he asking?
Probably because they have an interest in guns, and given the list of guns, he doesn't know the legislation well enough. He's the deputy minister, and so he would have gone to his subject matter expert, Randall Coops, curious as to whether this was part and parcel of the lists that they had put together, because they couldn't change legislation by then.
But if it was part of the list, then what? What use was going to be made of that?
Excuse me?
Well, so if the answer is yes, some of these guns are on the to be banned list, then what? What's the purpose of knowing that? What, was there going to be some use?
I'm
made
not
of
sure.
it?
Maybe it would be part of when they eventually release the legislation, maybe that's part of what they may use as part of their argument. I'm not even sure. It could be. But it wasn't used, like none of it was used for media or, and none of it was, they were asked not to share that like any further in that email, contrary to what happened actually. But.
And were you aware that Darren Campbell didn't want the firearms details shared because it was
Not directly from
investigation?
Darren Campbell, no. There were, like I said, when I got the information on the firearms, there was no caveats of what could and couldn't be shared. The only caveat that I had at that point was these are the firearms seized, not the firearms used, because those were still under forensic examination, and that was the only sort of descriptor I got of that list.
So since the Commission interviewed you on August 4th, the Commission interviewed DC Brennan on August 10th, 2022, and he discussed some of the emails and conversations around April 28th, 2020, before and after the press conference. And the email that we're bringing up is between Lia Scanlan and DC Brennan earlier, before the press conference on April 28th, 2020. So if we scroll down to the bottom, can we make it bigger, please? And then scroll down to the bottom. And so this is at 12:44 p.m. on April 28th. Superintendent Campbell, this is from Ms. Scanlan, intends to confirm semi-automatic handguns and what can be considered as assault weapon. He and the investigative team believe people may have information about the guns, no other guns seized other than what was in the vehicle. This is what he is comfortable saying. And then if you scroll up, so DC Brennan's saying, will he be, he's asking, you know, just to be clear, Darren's not comfortable noting the make and model of the weapons seized. And then if you look at the top, it says, thanks, Brian, see below. So she's given her answers to the right of the questions. She says, correct, investigative team, including Campbell. And so DC Brennan told the Commission that was made clear before the press conference in terms of the expectations of what H Division was going to say. And he said that you were working down the hall from each other. He would have walked down the hall and told you this. It made sense that he probably did that. He did not have a note of it or said he had an explicit recollection, but he said he would have let you know that because you were aware of the upcoming press conference. So do you recall him telling you before the press conference, H Division is not comfortable releasing the firearms details?
No, and I think on that day, on the 28th, I was working from home. Like, we were very seldom in the office during the COVID period. There was hardly anybody in the office. It was very early on in COVID. I don't recall that conversation at all. I do recall, like I said, being asked about if the weapons were going to be part of the media release. I also recall my comms people really on not just weapons, but on the number of deceased, the location of the deceased, the types of the vehicles, the background of the perpetrator, anything to do with the event. They were really pushing the comms people on the ground, like in Nova Scotia. My comms people look at things strategically, so they watch what's going on in the communications with media. They look at what the criticisms are, what the gaps are in the communication. There was a lot of criticism about there was a lot of questions about the weapons, so they were really, from what I understood from my comms people, they were really trying to push them to be more transparent in their approach to communications instead of not being transparent because of an investigation. This was a little different than in the fact that the perpetrator was deceased, so there wasn't going to be a big court proceeding to determine the guilt or innocence of a perpetrator because the perpetrator was deceased. So they were really pushing the envelope with the communications people to be as forthright and be more proactive than reactive, because the narrative, as we spoke about before, was changing negatively towards the event and towards the RCMP. And my strategic communications was looking at that and trying to figure out how we could best address that and counter that.
So your communications people include Sharon Tessier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you saying that you thought it would help counteract negative media coverage to release firearms details?
No, I wasn't really involved in that portion of it on that day. I only got a question from the minister's office asking if the details about the weapons were going to be part of the media event on the 28th. I had no idea. I reached into my comms people and asked them if that information would be part of the media event on the 28th. They came back and said, yes, in fact, it would. All of this back and forth I wasn't aware of. And in fact, there were so many versions of the speaking notes. I got a version early on in the day. I didn't get, I think there was other versions that kept coming, but it was such a moving target. They were working fast and furious to get ready for the afternoon. The speaking notes changed several times. I didn't follow the changes. And normally what I would do is I would take that final version of the speaking notes and I would fire it up to my usual people that I brief up to, which includes the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, the Minister through his Chief of Staff, and the National Security Advisor. But I didn't do that because the final version, I think, almost came out the same time as the media event itself, so I didn't even bother forwarding it.
DC Brennan was liaising with H Division, so, right?
Yeah, I was.
So you would expect him to keep you briefed, wouldn't you?
Normally, like I said, we were in normal circumstances, we probably would have had my boardroom set up and we would have been working out of the boardroom and being able to communicate face to face. There was days where I was the only one in the office. I was not even there with my Chief of Staff in the majority of the time. DC Brennan was working from home often, as was Sharon Tessier. We did not, very seldom were we in a room together or even on the same floor. I know for the most part, many of those days I was working from my house.
And the reason I'm asking is,
Yeah.
by all accounts, you expressed a strong view that you had expected those details to be released at the press conference. DC Brennan is saying he told you before the press conference that that H Division did not want to release those details. So you're saying he didn't tell you
Well,
that?
if he had told me that, the first thing I would have done is just briefed up and said it won't be part of the press conference. And that's why I don't believe I was told, because The weapons itself did not matter to me. It was the fact that I was given erroneous information that bothered me, because I pride myself on giving the right information. So when I was told that I was asked a question, were they going to be included? I was told yes. I took the time to return the answer to the question and say yes, they would be part of the media release. If I had been told that they weren't part of the media release, I would have got on the phone and said, no, they're not going to be part of it. So then I would have had the information corrected. The fact that I was given the wrong information was the part that frustrated me, because it was just yet another example of the miscommunication over the past 8 to 10 days.
Were you having Ms. Tessier pressure Ms. Scanlan to have those details released?
No, it was a question, are they going to be released? Not any direction to release the documentation or to release the information. But I know in general, my comms people were extremely frustrated because they wanted the communications in H Division to be more transparent, more forthright, try to provide more information. It was frustrating when, even in one of the media releases, we were talking about the number of deceased, and my number was different than the media's number, that was different than the H Division number, which we got the information from H Division. So it was very confusing why different informations were being given when I don't make up the information. I just get the information through my comms people. I repeat the information in a media event. So there was a lot of frustration. Normally in an event like this, there would be 2 to 3 briefing notes or situational reports per day. I think I received maybe 3 in 8 to 10 days. So the flow of communication wasn't at the normal pace that is usual for an event such as this, or for any major event. So there was some frustration being experienced. Me giving the wrong information to the Minister's Chief of Staff, the Deputy Minister, and the National Security Advisor was yet another example of that. Could I just add something in regards to communications? Because I don't think it's the fault of any one individual or even the people on the ground. The communications unit in Nova Scotia is set up for day-to-day communications, but they're not set up for big events, such as what happened in this mass casualty. They didn't have the capacity. And so it was very difficult for them to keep the flow and the speed of the information coming forward. It was hard for them to be proactive in their communications because they didn't have time to look at things strategically. Canadians want to know what was happening. This was and I hate using the word, unprecedented event. And so we needed to be better at our communications. They just didn't have the capacity, and we didn't provide them. They can't set up a communications unit for a what if. But what we have to do is make sure we have a contingency plan. So if something big like this happens, they may not have the capacity, but we need to assist them and provide them with the capacity, and we didn't do that. Their comms unit was working 24/7 for 8 or 9 days. They couldn't sustain it. Then there was a sense of urgency. But hindsight, if I could do that over again, that Tiger team or comms team that we would have put together should have been there like that first or second day to assist. So the event on the 28th, I know they spent a lot of time preparing for that. That was a huge event. It was over 2 hours long, and you can't just fly by the seat of your pants on a 2-hour media event with questions and answers.
We heard one estimate that they spent 7 days getting ready for that press conference on April 28th.
Well, for myself, I didn't realize it was 7 days, but you know what? That's a lot of time to prepare, but there was a massive amount of information that they were trying to share. If it's requests for information, if we're talking, some of that could have been spent on Alert Ready, some of it could have been spent on various aspects. Well, we can't ignore that. It's part of his responsibilities as the crops officer to be able to provide that information. Does it mean that he personally should be doing that? I don't think so. I think he needs to have people working with him to be able to do that, because I think there's other things that he could use his time on.
We've heard about how scarce policing resources are. Do you think that's the best use of the time for senior officers to be preoccupied with this?
Well, some of it is a necessary evil. Some of it they have to, some of it they may be the keepers of the information and nobody else has that information. So of course they have to. We should have people there to assist him. I know I have an entire tasking team for when I get requests, or requests from bottom up or requests from top down. I don't personally go and start flipping through documents or files because it's not a very good use of my time, nor would it be a good use of Chief Superintendent Leather's time.
Are there any suggestions you would like to make to the commissioners as they consider possible recommendations?
Oh my goodness. You know, I think about this, and the first thing that comes to my mind is anything that will keep Canadians safe, anything that will keep Nova Scotians safe. That's got to be our priority. If we can make things better, more efficient, more safe, absolutely. But anything that will make us a better organization, an organization that can be trusted by Canadians, that can respond to things that are, you know, events that happen like this.
Just wanted to follow up on a question that Commission Counsel asked you. You understand that we've been at this now for a number of months, and we've heard from dozens of witnesses and combed through thousands of documents. And I expect that you appreciate the complexity of the issues that the Commission has been tasked with reviewing and producing a report on. Yes?
Oh, yes.
And you understand that at the end of this process, obviously, the intention is that the Commission will produce a report that I think is probably safe to say will be in excess of 1,000 pages, given the broad mandate that we've been dealing with. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah. And when Ms. Young asked you whether, having presumably turned your mind to this as the Commissioner of the RCMP, whether you had any ideas for recommendations that the Commission could make, did I hear you correctly that the best you could offer was anything that makes Canadians safe? Did I hear you right?
Yes, and I said that because there was so many different tentacles to this situation, and I'm not in the position that I want to be influential. I think that for all of you, unfortunately, who have had to sit through and listen to the various testimonies, you're going to take the information. I don't have a lot of the on-the-ground information. I'm in charge of 32,000 people in over 750 locations. I don't intimately or get down into the weeds on a lot of things.
Have you been following these proceedings and looking into the issues as the Commissioner? You have not?
No, there's people that do that.
Who are those people?
Various people. There's people on the ground with 𝐓𝐸, Chief Superintendent Mike O'Malley, who represents 𝐓𝐸 2 in conjunction with his team. There's people depending on what the issue is, when we talk about, for example, Alert Ready and working through that. The Deputy Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing is working through that. When it came to if it's HR issues, then our Chief Human Resource Officer might work on things like that. So far, we haven't had a team set up yet to tackle everything from A to Z.
Media coverage after the mass casualty, and I think you said that it was that there was this narrative that was changing negatively after the event, and we've heard that from a number of senior RCMP people, that reference to this negative narrative. Do I understand correctly that that your view as the Commissioner is that the RCMP was treated unfairly by the media?
No, I don't know. I don't categorize it as fairly or unfairly. I know what some of the actions of the members on the ground. I know what some of them did. I also know that there were things that we look at that, there's always room for improvement. I try not to, I'm a glass half full kind of person, and I try not to have a jaded point of view about the media.
You did, again, talking about negativity in the media, you said, I think the negativity in the media and all the negative narrative that they feel that they've been, wrongly, I don't want to use the word accused, but wrongly labeled. And there's been a lot of that negative narrative. And it did feel disgusting, as they said, knowing that it's not like that all the time. Do I understand you as saying that that negative media stories in the aftermath of the mass casualty, you thought had a significant impact on the RCMP and the morale in terms of how they were being portrayed in the media.
Absolutely. If it's negative media about the RCMP, people take that personally because like I said, I'm a firm believer that people go to work each and every day wanting to do the best they can. And when sometimes that might not happen, but to be, critical of the actions, some people want to make sure that they do better, and it's sometimes hard to take criticism like that.
That part of the strategy for addressing that sort of negativity is to put in place a more robust strategic communications team.
For the most part, including myself, I'm not super comfortable doing live media interviews. I find it very nerve-wracking. I like to prepare for them, but they're difficult. And so you don't run to things that you feel uncomfortable doing. So we need to make our commanding officers feel more comfortable doing it. So we've actually challenged them in the last year or so to come out with, every month, to come out with one sort of media type event. It's not something that they like to do, and I don't think we've been super successful with that idea of mine.
And we're definitely going to come back to media training, but just before we leave the negative media issue, it would be fair to say that a lot of the negative media that the RCMP was attracting in the early days, directly after the mass casualty, wasn't because the RCMP didn't have media training or communications issue, but because of actual things that happened in the course of the mass casualty. Would you agree with me on that?
Not completely, because I think it was also a capacity issue. They weren't thinking strategically. So, like I said in earlier testimony, we have communications people who follow what the media is saying, follow what is trending negatively. How can we counteract that with some information? Is it trending negatively because we haven't provided the information and people are making assumptions or surmising? What are the reasons, and how can we turn it to a more positive? So it's not completely because of actions.
You put a more positive view on the issue.
Yes.
Yes. When the media reports that two RCMP officers have opened fire on a volunteer fire department and shot at a volunteer or at an EMO official, that's not a negative narrative, is it? That's just reporting the news.
No, if they have the information and that's factual, then
Right.
yes.
That's what happened. You know that.
Yes.
Right. So there's no amount of putting a shine on it that's going to make that a positive thing, is there?
Well, I sort of disagree in the sense that that is a fact, but then there was other, there's the whole what was going through the mind of the person when that happened. How did that happen? Why did it happen? There's a ton of questions that are still unanswered. So I'm not saying it's going to change it in the end for some people, but it's providing context and understanding that sometimes may change that narrative.
And I appreciate that there is a number of questions that went unanswered, and it's one of the reasons that we're here is to get some of those answers that to some extent weren't provided by the RCMP. But I want to be clear, in fairness, you're not suggesting that through communications or media training that there's a way to make that a positive story.
It's not about making it positive, it's about providing as much information as you can and let Canadians come to their own opinion. So if it's only, and I'm not saying in this case, but if something is only providing one side of the facts, sometimes there's another side, sometimes there's three sides to every story, but allowing those facts to present themselves and allowing educated and aware Canadians to come to their own conclusions.
You can appreciate that a lot of the negativity surrounds specific issues like when the media reports a story on the fact that Nova Scotians weren't warned that there was an armed gunman wandering the province killing people because the RCMP didn't use the ready alert system. That's not the media being unfair or picking on the RCMP, that's just reporting a fact, is it not?
Yes, and like I said before, there's as we know with anything, there's always context. I'm not saying it's going to change people's opinion, but there is context to some of those things that they report. And providing that context allows people to have an informed view of what happened.
We heard yesterday that it took 19 hours for the RCMP to locate the Oliver Tuck and Bond scenes. And I think Lee Bergerman has suggested that that was a failure on the part of the RCMP. Is there any context that makes that acceptable?
Well, first of all, I can't imagine what those families went through, not knowing what's happening with their loved ones. I know that at the time, if I was to provide some context, at the time, one of the priorities was to ensure that the perpetrator was stopped and the threat ended. So that was definitely a priority. Once that was completed, then it was a question of, again, using your incident command, using your gold, silver, bronze, organizing a proper scene, going through each scene. I can't speak to the 19 hours. I can only speak to some of the context at the beginning, and my heart goes out to the families because I keep thinking if that was my family member, I don't know how I would feel.
You were talking a few minutes ago about a push, and I think you discussed in your Mass Casualty Commission interview as well, a push to get senior management more strategic communications training, media training to help facilitate their participation in things like media events, or you had testified at the SecU Parliamentary Committee recently, or perhaps even for a setting like this for an inquiry. Is that something that's mandatory for senior executives, or simply being encouraged at this point?
We provided the training. We didn't call it mandatory, but every commanding officer was told to go have the training and was offered the training. I know myself, when I first got in the position, I had several days of it because of the types of duties I do. I don't think it makes it any easier, but it's always good to have something to rely on when you're going into these and trying to, make sure that you can fully express yourself.
Right. In situations like what we're doing right now, you're giving
Exactly.
testimony and I'm asking you questions. So my question is, how many courses do you have to take to be able to sit in the chair that you're sitting in now and tell the truth?
You don't need any courses to tell
Right.
the truth.
If I ask you a simple question and the answer to that question is yes, then presumably you'll say yes, right?
Depending, yes, on the question, obviously.
And if I asked you a question and you didn't know the answer, presumably you would simply say, I don't know the answer, right?
Not always. I might say that I don't know about that, but what I can say is something like this to provide some value added.
Right. But you agree with me that there's, and you've spoken about it before, there's a genuine need, and never more so than in the aftermath of the mass casualty, for things like transparency and candor and truthfulness and being forthcoming and providing accurate information to the people that the RCMP is expected to serve. You'd agree with me on that?
Yeah, it's important.
Right.
Yes.
Because if there is any concern that the people of Nova Scotia or farther have lost trust in the RCMP, you appreciate as the Commissioner that a huge component of that is a feeling that the information being provided in Nova Scotians is not accurate. You understand the importance of that in a trust relationship.
Yeah, that's one part of trust, most definitely, is communication.
Pretty important part of a
Yeah,
relationship, isn't it?
Well, so is, relationship building. So is, treating people with respect. There's a lot of things that go with trust.
And I think you actually said in your mass casualty commission interview, said that's how we're going to strengthen trust, being more transparent, being more open, providing timely and accurate information, and not hiding behind a culture of less is more. And I presume by less is more you mean less information is better. So you fully support the idea that we need to communicate more frankly, more clearly.
Yeah, as much as possible and when we can, absolutely.
And part of the strategy for that is providing things like media and strategic communications training for upper management.
That's helpful, yes.
Right. And have you received that sort of training?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, I suppose perhaps I'm being overly simplistic, but wouldn't you agree with me that things like strategic planning and reference to messaging and talking points and narratives are the absolute antithesis of transparency?
No, not at all. Because a lot of that would provide, like I referred to, context. Taking what's out there, and if there is a negative narrative due to misinformation or disinformation, for example, it's important that we correct that. So even though the narrative might be negative, it might be erroneous, and it might be something that we can correct if we provide the information in a timely manner.
You say that, but if I put that back to you another way, aren't you just saying that if somebody is saying something that's untrue, then we will correct it with truth? If someone is putting out a false narrative, something that's not true, if I'm reading between the lines, what you're suggesting is then we can address that false narrative by putting forward things that are true.
Sometimes we can, and sometimes it's not the biggest benefit for us to continue having the narrative out there. So maybe it's just leaving it be and letting it run its course. Sometimes we can get out in front of it. Sometimes if we're more proactive, then that won't happen in the first place. So there's many different strategies.
And that's, to your mind, when you talk about building a trust relationship and building on transparency, that's what you're talking about?
Well, it's about building that trust. It's about giving as much information as you can when you can. It's about being timely and making sure that, if there are things that you can do to increase the trust through communication, you should do that. I use the example, there's a ton of great work that members do each and every day, but we don't always put that in the media. Often in the media, I say you don't talk about the plane that lands. It's always often about the things that don't work that are in the media. So there's so much great work that each and every day that our employees do, and sometimes we share that with the media and it's of zero interest, and it's unfortunate because that's also a way to increase trust.
We heard testimony a couple of weeks ago from Chief Superintendent Leather, and one of the issues that we got on is one that I think that you're already well aware of, was at an early press conference after the mass casualty, a journalist had asked the Chief Superintendent, how many people have been murdered, which in the circumstances is probably a very reasonable question to ask. And the response that was given was in excess of 10, when the Commission has information that the best information the RCMP had at the time was 15 and probably more. And that was the information that was actually provided to you as the Commissioner. So my question is, what course does Chief Superintendent Leather have to take to not create an issue like that? Is that not simply an issue of, if you're asked a simple question and the honest answer is, we're pretty sure that 15 people have been killed and there's probably more, then just say that.
Yeah, I agree with you in certain respects, absolutely, but I think sometimes people part of policing culture is perfect, get to perfect. And perfect is a second in time, because a second later it's not perfect. People do not want to provide inaccurate information, and they get so worried about it. It's all consuming sometimes. So when you say, I was like using the in excess of 10, there's other ways that could have been said. which maybe would have provided more comfort to people, like there's 12 and there's 13 people unaccounted for, as an example. I'm just making it up, because that's the type of information you might have. But they're worried that they're going to provide, grieving families wrong information, and especially when it comes to deceased. And when we have this sort of culture, unless you have given a complete next of kin, which includes extended family, we're not going to release information. Well, you know what, maybe we have to revisit that, because it's often we get caught up in the details, and sometimes we just have to look at the risk. And that's where I'm not expecting someone like Chief Superintendent Leather to be an expert in that. That's why he has a communications unit who looks at things strategically and advises him accordingly, just as I do.
Yeah, in fairness, Commissioner, it's certainly not controversial that if we're talking about a person and we're going to release a name and it's unclear whether that person is living or not, we don't want to recklessly suggest that they were. We're not talking about that, though, are we? We're talking about numbers, and the best information that the RCMP had at that time, for the example that we're using, the information that was actually communicated, I believe, to you, was that we think that there's 15 casualties and probably more. Why can't we just say that when asked? How is trying to find a way of comforting the public less important than simply giving the best information that we have, the most truthful information that we have?
No, that's an absolute great point. I struggled with it myself during those days. I know that things are very dynamic, and I'm trying not to sound like I'm making excuses. I can understand how it can happen. I'm not saying I completely agree with it either, but I can totally understand how it can happen, because people are just nervous about providing wrong information. Police officers always, they testify in court very often, and they always pride themselves on giving the most accurate information. It's part of our culture. I'm not sure it's always the best approach, but I always try to seek some understanding as to why that would happen. I don't think saying in excess of 10 is, I've never heard that until that day. And even myself, I scratched my head and said, what does that mean? And so I was struggling with that. And so that's why I say that, if we had brought our comms team on the ground and said, just let's talk about what happened here. What can we release? Let's look at that and be more succinct, more clear, more transparent to Canadians.
Right. In excess of 10, you'll agree with me, is misleading. We're talking about the concern for giving accurate information in everything but the most technical sense.
I don't think it's misleading, though. Actually, I just think because when I think of the word misleading, I think of intention, and I don't think their intention was to mislead. I think their intention was to not, to try to manage expectations. Whether it's right or wrong, or whether you or I agree with it, I think they were really trying to manage expectations and not go too far down something that they may have to go back on because things were happening so fast. Again, I'm not saying I'm completely in agreement. I'm just trying to understand how it happened and how we can, when I try to understand how things happen, then I try to figure out how we can make it not happen for the next time.
Because it's not very transparent, is it?
No, for people, for the families with loved ones, I can't imagine what that meant to them. I couldn't imagine. They're trying to make sense of something, and I don't think that's helping.
Well, surely you can appreciate what it's like when you're looking for information and the person that's giving information to you is not being candid or is couching things in a way to maintain a certain predetermined messaging or narrative. And that doesn't instill a great deal of trust between you and that person, does it?
Yeah, and I don't think it was about a predetermined, there was nothing nefarious about it. It was just they were doing the best they could with the resources they had in the capacity that they had, which was very, very little in the comms department. And that's where we should have stepped in and assisted on the ground. We tried to do it from a distance. It didn't work so well.
Testimony. We've heard that the H Division, a person with the title Director of Strategic Communications, was directly involved in those press conferences. I mean, there's an actual office. I appreciate that it's not quite as robust as yours in Ottawa, but people like Chris Leather and Darren Campbell are surrounded by communications people, are they not?
I wouldn't use the word surrounded. It makes it sound like there's a lot of people. But, you know, I heard at one point that, like, in one testimony, that, like, Ms. Scanlan had almost 2 phones on each, you know, a phone on each ear, trying to manage the requests from the media and then trying to make sure that the communications were as accurate as possible. For somebody to do that 24/7 for more than 24 hours, that's not, you know, you're creating an environment where you're not going to make maybe the most strategic decisions because you're reacting to everything, and so you're trying to catch up, and you'll never be strategic.
Yeah, I guess my question then is why do we have to be strategic? Why do we have to, you know, yeah, I think your answer to the issue was that National Headquarters should have sent in a team of strategic communications people to bolster H Division in their response. Why is it so hard to do a press conference and if asked reasonable questions, to answer them reasonably, and if we don't know, then we say we don't know, and if it can't be released right now, either due to legislation or because of an ongoing investigation, why not say that? Why does Chris Leather need a host of communications people around him to answer questions frankly?
And well, shouldn't have used the word strategic. Maybe I could have used being more proactive than reactive. So when I heard today that they spent 7 days preparing for that media event, the first thing I was thinking in my mind was, if we had the ability to do comms every day on a regular basis and provide information as we had it, there would be no need to prepare for 7 days for a 2-hour media event. We could have provided it in small portions as we knew as it was happening. And that's why I mean being more proactive than waiting and putting all your eggs in a 2-hour media event. A lot of that stuff may have been able to be shared far before that
I
day.
think we can agree that it would be objectively absurd to spend 7 days preparing for a press conference and might lead someone to ask, what were you doing in those 7 days? I assume that you didn't prepare for 7 days to come here and answer questions.
I did not 7 days straight. No, I did a lot of preparation to come here. Yeah. Because like as commissioner, I don't have my, you know, I'm not like into the weeds. And so when I get asked certain questions, I like to be informed. And so of course, there's a lot of issues that have been raised that prior to, between my 7-hour statement and today, there was things that I couldn't answer. And so I pride myself on knowing that information or getting the information. I'm not the keeper of most information. I get it from a business line or a person, then I transmit it. I'm not the keeper of much information.
No, but there's a significant difference between becoming familiar with the subject material, the way I might review documents before I come here today, and being prepped by professionals on how you're going to respond to things or the messaging you're going to put forward or ensuring that a certain narrative is protective. Those are strategic communications issues, correct?
Yes, exactly. But in this case, when there's information, for example, on the ground coming from all different sources, there was several crime scenes and there was all different information. So to expect that Chris Leather at any given time could just start talking about all of that without any preparation, right. You know, he would need to, he wants to be a good source of information, so he wants to make sure he has the accurate information. And these are coming in bits and pieces. And this was something that they didn't have a way of putting it all together very quickly. So they had to, you know, work through that.
We know that in September of 2020, H Division was planning to participate in an interview and do background for a CBC documentary, I believe called 13 Hours, and they had decided, I believe Darren Campbell was going to participate. And do I understand correctly that right before that was to happen, your office overrode that decision and canceled it? Is that correct?
It wasn't just my office. It was in consultation with the Contract and Indigenous Policing Officer, Deputy Commissioner Brennan
Right.
and with communications or strategic communications.
Right. But it was, H Division was overridden by
Yes,
your office, the Deputy Commissioner's office, and your respective communications people.
yes.
Right. And you got an email back from one of the producers who was not very, a woman named Gillian Findlay, who was not very happy about having been called off after Darren Campbell had agreed to participate. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, not the exact words, but now that you're saying it, yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that in your reply to Ms. Findlay, you said a number of things, but one of them was in order that the RCMP would not be participating in that interview in order to protect the integrity of the public inquiry. Unfortunately, we will not be participating in this interview. And I wanted to take you to that wording where you said, so as not to protect the integrity of the public inquiry. Now, can you help me understand in what possible scenario could Darren Campbell participating in an interview with the CBC negatively impact the integrity of the work that the Mass Casualty Commission is doing?
First, I should say that is but one of the reasons. There were several other reasons why we had chosen not to participate in that interview. But given the fact that many of the information or the facts, people having the facts, and many of that would be flushed out through the inquiry, and we preferred that avenue versus flushing it out in the media.
Why?
Yeah. Some of the other reasons were the emotions were still
No,
very...
but sorry, Commissioner, my question is why?
Oh,
why would you
I thought
prefer?
you said one, sorry.
No, sorry.
Why? Why? I think that, when this was an unprecedented event
Yes.
that was going to have a huge inquiry behind it, and the government was taking great lengths to make sure that they got the right people, the right, the terms of reference, everything. And so we felt that they needed to do their job first, and that if you wanted to put everything in front of the media, then maybe you wouldn't even need an inquiry. And so we felt because the inquiry had been called that they should have the information.
Right. Why?
Because we felt it was important that they were the first ones to deal with that information and that it wasn't out, it didn't need to be put out in the public. There was all kinds of, that was just but one reason. Like
We'll
I
get
said.
to the other reasons
Yeah.
in a minute, but I want to deal with this issue of you've identified that you knew at that point that a public inquiry was going to be called, right?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that this commission actually hadn't been struck until October of that year, and we're in September. But presumably you had been hearing things that
Yes.
that a public inquiry was coming. And in fact, you were involved in the striking of this commission, were you not?
We were consulted, yes.
You were consulted on the terms of reference and the scope, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So you were perfectly aware that a public inquiry was coming,
Yes.
right? And do I hear you saying that the concern was that if Darren Campbell did an interview with CBC, that might simply obviate the need for a public inquiry?
No. I was exaggerating for the sake of emphasis. Really, it was about, sitting back, letting things take its course. There was a lot of information out there. He had gone through the sequence of events on previous interviews. We weighed out the options, we weighed out the risks, we weighed out the benefits. And subject matter experts, I am one of which I am not, when it comes to communications, presented the pros, the cons, the risks, the benefits, and the decision was made not to proceed.
And we're fully aware that the decision was made not to proceed, but what we're trying to get down to is to the extent that you suggest that it was done in order to protect the integrity of the public inquiry, aside from the fact that maybe by giving information to the CBC and having to do it again in the public inquiry, it might be redundant. Can you not agree with me that there is no possible way that doing that media could have in any way negatively impacted, obstructed, or interfered with the workings of this commission?
No, but there might have been differences of information over time. This was still very new. So presenting that information in the media and then representing it differently, for example, because things had changed, could impact.
Well, if information changed or better information came along, that's just the process of acquiring information, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
Right. And even if it turns out that there's actually, 23 people that have died, if the best information you have at the time is that it's 15 and probably more, then there's nothing wrong with giving the best information that you have, right?
I guess it boils down to us probably agreeing to disagree, because when I was presented, or it was actually through Deputy Commissioner Brendan, when we went through all of that, for many reasons, the decision was made not to do that. And I think it was a good decision.
What were the other, you said there's many reasons. What were the other reasons?
Some of it was, first of all, emotions were very high on the ground in Nova Scotia. And the narrative was not good against the RCMP in Nova Scotia.
Correct.
And Superintendent Campbell felt that this was going to be the game changer, and that by providing all that information that everybody would now feel positive about the RCMP. We know that's not how it works. And we know that the media isn't always about, what we have to say and how that would be presented. So we felt the risk of a more negative narrative, or just having information out there that would be spun into something else, there was a risk to that. So we felt that there was going to be a full inquiry. The facts would roll out as they would in testimonies just like mine or other members, and the media would have an opportunity to look at all the different facts of the case through the inquiry.
Right. And you appreciate that obviously that was 2 years ago. Right. So for a long period while we've been working through this process, it certainly hasn't done much to ensure that the people of Nova Scotia are informed, has it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So,
and when we talk about your concern that the media will spin things into a negative narrative, or that it might not, people might still have a negative narrative, how do I reconcile that with your earlier comments that the real strategy for building trust with the community is that we communicate transparently, candidly?
Yeah, it's a tough one to reconcile. I'm not gonna deny that. It wasn't an easy decision, and it's, we're trying to balance and give the most information we can, and then we have all these other mitigating and aggravating factors, and sometimes it flies in the face of what we're trying to accomplish, but sometimes there's a greater good. Sometimes it's about, there's going to be people who will testify to the facts, that we will, that they will be presented in a manner that the media can take what they wish from those testimonies. It's not always, there's always a fear that there's a risk to the organization. And so you balance it and you try to make a decision. Some people may not agree with the decision, that's all right, but this decision was made.
The decision was made. And I guess the most important question is, are you one of those people that thinks that in certain circumstances to protect the organization, that we should withdraw from communicating or sharing information that might make the institution look bad?
Well, reputational risk is always one of the risks we look at. It's not the only risk we look at, but it's one of the risks, absolutely, as an organization.
And that's fair. But can I suggest to you that was the overriding concern?
No.
No. Your testimony is that really that it was out of an effort to protect the Mass Casualty Commission and the integrity of that process.
Well, I think the timing was just not the right timing, because we were right in the midst of announcing imminently a Mass Casualty Commission.
Right.
And to run out in front of the media just prior to announcing a Mass Casualty Commission may look that, it may look like self-serving almost. And so there's risk to doing something and there's risk to not doing something. And it's, you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't sometimes. And sometimes people are going to criticize you no matter what decision you make. So I think there would have been more criticism if we ran out in front of the media and did a fulsome interview on all of the facts associated with this mass casualty just prior to a commission being announced.
Depending on the timing or what's happening, it's not always a good idea to be honest, forthcoming, and transparent with the media and by extension the community. There are strategic considerations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not about being honest or dishonest. It doesn't boil down to that. There's just a lot of factors that people have to look at, mitigating and aggravating circumstances, and those change from one decision to another. And there's several different factors that one needs to look at. And I rely on my strategic communications people who have the expertise in that, and they provide advice. And I can take the advice or I can't take the advice. And in this case, I took their advice. Or we took their advice because it was both the deputy and myself at that point.
And if you had to go back and do it again, you'd do the same thing?
I believe so.
In 2018, you testified before the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified in June of that year, which would have been shortly after you were appointed commissioner?
Yes.
Yeah. And I was struck, it was raised in your Mass Casualty Commission interview that you spoke about the family liaison role and its importance within the RCMP. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And I expect you're aware that that there have certainly been issues in this matter with respect to the family liaison. You're aware of that?
I don't know all of the specific details, but I'm aware that there were some issues.
You're aware that that one family liaison from the RCMP was assigned to all of the civilian victims' families?
Yes.
Right. And we heard testimony from that family liaison a few months ago now, and it came out in evidence that he had no training of any kind, no specific to the role of family liaison. And when you addressed the issue of the family liaison role back in 2018 for that inquiry, what you said was, everything, all the issues I hear, it's always about communication, lack of communication, not timely, poor communication, disrespectful communication, but it's always communication. So we really need to get better at it and make sure that our members are equipped to have that. And if they aren't, then they need training. And if they aren't, then maybe we need to find somebody who can. And do I understand your messaging there to be that how the RCMP communicates with those families is critically important, and we need to have people that are trained to do it, and if we have people that aren't suited to it, then we need to find somebody else who's better suited to that role.
Yeah, we need to create, I don't even believe we have training for that role. It's not something that we use a lot of.
Do I understand you to be saying that nationally the RCMP has no training program for the family liaison role?
I don't believe so. I would have to check that out, but I don't believe so.
Well, presumably, if there was, you would know about it, would you not?
Not necessarily. We do hundreds and hundreds of training courses per year.
But to the best of your understanding, there is no training program.
Like I said, I don't believe there is, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right. And you were discussing the importance of the family liaison role back in 2018 before that inquiry. So that would have been 2 years before the mass casualty, and I guess 4 years from now. Do I understand correctly that since you made this point, since you addressed this issue and identified it, that the RCMP and you as its commissioner have done absolutely nothing to address it?
The family liaison in the MMIWG was slightly a different type of liaison. This was a mass casualty. I know I've actually had presentations in the last couple of years about mass casualties and dealing with victims of mass casualties and families of victims of mass casualties. And I think there's a lot of work that can be done. We need to look at it for sure. I think there's a lot to be said.
There is, and I appreciate that. But my question was, since 2018, nothing has happened. Wait for me to ask a question. Nothing has happened in terms of training for family liaison.
I can't say for sure. I'm not the chief learning officer. I don't know. There could be possibly online courses. I have no idea. Sorry.
None, fair to say, none that you know of?
None that I know
No.
of.
None that you've undertaken?
I wouldn't take the course. I imagine I wouldn't be in the position to be a family liaison.
No, I meant in terms of pushing forward a mandate
okay.
for establishing training.
Well, if in fact we are able to create such a course, I'd be fully supportive, yes.
Right, but that was my question was, have you done anything yourself in terms
Myself, no.
No. We've been hearing, Commissioner Lucki, about a meeting that you had with some of the senior officers at H Division on April 28th, 2020. You know the meeting I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you've already testified about those matters before the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security?
Yes.
And obviously it was, it's been addressed by Chris Leather and Darren Campbell and Lia Scanlan. And given the information that's come forward on that, it appears that there's two very different accounts of what transpired in that meeting. Would that be fair?
They're not similar, but I wouldn't say in many respects that they're completely different either.
So it's your
But
view
they're
that
not, there are definitely some discrepancies, yes.
there are definitely some discrepancies. In fact, there are a number of things that some of the people in Nova Scotia report as having been said that you've been quite clear just weren't said.
Yes.
And you've also been very clear that the purpose for that meeting was because your expectations were not being met in regards to communications and the flow of communications between the division and national headquarters.
Yes.
Your intention was to make the CEO and Chris Leather and Darren Campbell all aware of your expectations.
Yes.
And really all you had were some concerns about the accuracy of the information that was being provided to national headquarters that you were then passing on to the government.
No, not necessarily, because I was doing a lot of media as well. So there was the flow of information, the accuracy, the timing of the information.
There was a lot of issues.
So the rhythm, yes. And I know my communications folks had come to me with some concerns about just trying to really push the envelope again for them to be a bit more proactive and not so reactive, because it was difficult, and to be more prepared and getting them more prepared for media events.
Right. So your communications people were complaining about the job that H Division was doing in terms of communications.
They were expressing some frustrations. They knew that they didn't have the capacity. They were trying to help from a distance, but it wasn't working out so well.
But the general impression from your office and from your communications people was that there were serious problems going on with H Division and their communications. Right. Including their handling of things like press conferences and media, things like that. Yes?
Yes.
Right. Do you see that? April 24, 2020, 3:11 p.m. Again, from you to Darren Campbell, I believe. Great job on the press conference today. You represented the RCMP extremely well and provided the information that people need to answer, their many questions. And then you go on to talk about how the Minister of Public Safety, Bill Blair, passes on his gratitude for a job well done, that the Minister was impressed by the outstanding job that Darren Campbell did of explaining a very complex and tragic situation with calm and composure, and the fact that you very succinctly answered every question you received. So do I read this correctly that certainly on the 24th of April you didn't have any concerns about the job that people like Darren Campbell were doing?
Not on that particular press event, no.
So the significant concerns about H Division's communications and dealings with the press, that would have been outside of what
This
you're
is one
referring to here.
particular event that I was commenting on, yes.
So by the time you get to the 28th, a few days later, that's when you feel it's necessary. I think you described it as the straw that broke the camel's back, because there's been all these issues ensuing between the 19th and the 28th.
And it wasn't in particular to Darren Campbell or Lia Scanlan or Lee Bergerman or Chris Leather. It was about their lack of capacity. It was about the fact that things were not flowing the way they ought to have. And it wasn't meeting my expectations, so I wanted to have that conversation.
And you weren't angry or upset?
Pardon?
You were not angry or upset?
No, I don't. I'm not a person who gets angry. I get frustrated. Sometimes I get disappointed. But to be angry, I'm not that type of person.
Right. I think you said before, that's just not in your DNA.
Yeah.
You're a calm person. Yeah. And you said that it was just a conversation that had to happen.
Yeah, I think I would be remiss if people aren't meeting my expectations. If I was to ignore it, how am I expecting anything to change if I don't bring it forward?
Well, it's your role, is it not?
Part of my role,
Right.
yes.
It's your role if the people around you are not meeting your expectations and you have reasonable expectations to communicate to them, then that would be entirely within the scope of your role, would it not?
Yes.
Yes. Am I correct, though, that that particular meeting seemed to have a particular focus on one issue?
Well, it was the example that I used because that was the example that was sort of, like I said, the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't like to give misinformation or disinformation. It really bothers me when I do that. And if it's something that I can change, I need to change it. And so I felt that it could have been about widgets or this glass of water. It wasn't about the topic. It was about the fact that I asked a question, I got the wrong answer, I transmitted the wrong answer. And that is not something that I like to do. When I brief, I like to be as accurate as I can.
Right. It wasn't about the subject matter, the details of these firearms. It was about the accuracy of that information.
Yeah.
Right?
Part of it, yes.
Yeah. You weren't angry that that information hadn't been revealed. You were frustrated because the information that you had relayed was inaccurate. You had no vested interest in whether the information about the firearms was released publicly.
No, there was a ton of information that we were requesting at any given time, and by that point in time, there was only a few outstanding issues left that needed to be brought out in the public, and weapons was one, the chronology of events, and there was a few things about the perpetrator themselves that were still outstanding. So there was a few things that needed to be addressed in media because we were getting a ton of questions.
It strikes me as particularly reasonable that if you were getting inaccurate information from your subordinates, that would be something that you would raise in a meeting to see if we can address that and ensure that that's going forward. But in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, you said, and I'm quoting, and for the benefit of my friends, I'm at page 84, "We talk about that meeting. It sickens me. When I think about it before I go to bed, I can't sleep. I don't even like talking about it." And what I wonder is, if we're simply talking about having a calm conversation with subordinates to address a fairly mundane issue about the fact that, we've had some communications mix-up, why would that prevent you from sleeping? Why would it sicken you to think about that meeting?
It sickens me because the letter I got a year later. That's what sickens me. If I had known that I had that negative effect on Ms. Scanlan, if I had caused her sadness or grief or anxiety or any one of those negative emotions, I would have wanted to have that conversation right away, the next day. Make the right wrong. That's who I am. I'm not afraid to admit if I could have been more sensitive. I look at it from a leadership point of view. I forget, first of all, the power of the commissioner's office. Sometimes I even forget I'm the commissioner, honestly, because I know I like to connect with people. I could have been more sensitive. I could have tempered my comments with more positiveness. There's a few things, but I was truly frustrated. I was hurt that the negative narrative on my people, watching it happen when I knew they did the best they could with the circumstances they faced, and watching that happen before my eyes and feeling completely powerless, it was difficult. It was difficult as a leader. And I ought to have maybe just waited 24 hours. Maybe I should have only talked to the commanding officer. but I felt that, you know, it was so difficult in those days. We weren't face to face. I had no indication of body language. It was difficult. And it was difficult because when I found out a year later the effect it had on Ms. Scanlan, I don't wake up in the morning and say, I want to do that to any person. I don't want to hurt anybody. So that's why when I replay that meeting and I think of the things that I could have done better as a leader, I know that I still needed to outline the problems and I still needed to outline my expectations, but I could have done it differently. And that's the thing that keeps me up at night.
I'm referring to the letter that you got from Lia Scanlan about a year later, April of 2021. And I understand that up to that point, you had no awareness that there had been any issue with that phone call.
None.
And I think you'd also testified that part of the issue may have been that because it was by teleconference and there was no Teams or Zoom, that you couldn't gauge body language.
Well, also, all the people in Ottawa, we were all at our own locations, our homes, most of us, and the group in Nova Scotia was all together, and it was post that big media event. So of course, you know, it was very emotional for them. They just came off of a very successful media event, and here I came in and burst their bubble by outlining my expectations. It wasn't an easy conversation to have. Like I said in other testimony, I was always framing things about the issues and how it made me feel. I was very calm about it. So when I saw some of the comments that she said in her letter, I was shocked because that's not how it happened. That's not how I saw it happen. And I verified with people that were at the meeting to see if I missed something, if I had zero self-awareness. And people said I didn't say certain things or I didn't do certain things. I knew I hadn't, but of course you want to validate that. But even to this day, I don't even want to read the letter. I don't even want to see the letter.
Well, I can read it for you. In the letter from Ms. Scanlan, she suggests that your conduct in that meeting was appalling, inappropriate, unprofessional, extremely belittling. And I assume that your position is that that bears no resemblance to the meeting that you were a part of.
I respect your opinion. I completely disagree with it.
See, that's my understanding from listening to your 𝐀𝐜𝐫𝐞𝐫 evidence is that your position is that they remember the meeting one way and I remember it a different way. And maybe it's because we're all in different places and on the phone I couldn't see body language and there was some misunderstanding, but wires got crossed. Is that generally how you would resolve the issue?
No, I know what I said. I know how I said it.
And you know that it's not the things that Ms. Scanlan is suggesting that you said?
According to her letter, no.
Right. So you can see why there are some that, given the disparity between these two reports, have concerns that perhaps somebody isn't being entirely candid or transparent about what was said at that meeting. You can understand that because of the issue of reconciling those two accounts?
Yeah, I do. And obviously everybody has a different opinion. And like I said, I respect it. I know that I was made privy to some of her notes that she made during that meeting, and it wasn't reflective of any of this. So it sort of surprised me. And I, like I said, I find it extremely hurtful. And that's not the person I am, and I would never say that, and I never said that.
No,
And
which
so-
raises the question, why is Ms. Scanlan
I don't know.
saying that? Yeah. I mean, Ms. Scanlan suggests at 3 points in that letter that while berating the H Division team, that you told them that they had let the boys down, which she interpreted as being reference to the Blair and 𝐀𝐜𝐫𝐸 children. And you categorically didn't say those words.
If she had just put "let the boys down," I would have no idea what that meant, and it's only in that letter that I know what it meant. I had no idea, and that's why I say how hurtful it is, because I'm not a hurtful person, and for her to say that and knowing I didn't say that, but you know what, I cannot walk an inch in Miss Scanlan's shoes. I can't walk a mile. I can't walk anything. She was on the ground. She knew the people. She went through a lot of things that obviously I didn't. I can't imagine what she's going through, what she went through. And so when I read the letter, I really just thought maybe it's just a way for her to deal with a bunch of different things. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. But it was around the 1-year anniversary. I just can't imagine what the things that she went through, what she saw, what she had to report on. That's got to take its toll on people.
Oh, I have no doubt, and certainly we can never walk in the shoes of anyone else, but that's not what we're talking about. By your evidence, Ms. Scanlan is reporting things that didn't happen. You can walk a mile in her shoes to the extent that you were in the meeting. We weren't there.
Yeah.
And you would know better than anybody whether those things were said or not. And to the best of your understanding, it sounds like Ms. Scanlan was making things up.
Well, there are things like when Ms. Scanlan, for instance, talks about, when we make reference to things like political interference, she was never in any of the conversations that I was in. So for her to have that view, I don't know where she would get that view.
Right.
So everybody's entitled to their perspective and their opinion. And like I said, I respect it. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah,
That is not how it happened.
Everyone's entitled. We don't have different sets of facts. Something was either said or it wasn't said, right? There's no my truth and your truth. There's just the truth.
Well, in policing, we often say there's 3 sides to a story, but I just say that, it's perception. It's what was going through your mind during that day can affect your perception of words. I'm not saying that I would never want to call anybody a liar. I just don't think that way. Like I said, I know what I said and I know what I didn't say.
Yeah, and I think you also suggested that there were other people on that call that you went to and they sort of agreed with your recollection.
Yes.
And can I assume that those people were all in Ottawa?
Yes.
So those were all people that work on your team?
They're in Ottawa, yes.
Yeah.
Brian Brennan and Sharon Tessier and
Dan Bryan?
yes.
Right. And you're aware that we've heard from Darren Campbell and Chris Leather and Lia Scanlan. Mm-hmm. And each of them have reported a version of the conversation that's quite consistent. You know that?
I know that they've talked about it, yeah, in from their perception and their point of view, yes.
And that there's some understanding that their recollection, everybody in Nova Scotia seems to have heard a very different conversation than the one that you and your staff participated in. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
I struggle with everything. I struggle with what those words are. They're, like I said, I find it extremely
You said that
hurtful.
if you had known the impact that your words had back at the time, you would have fixed it the next day. You would have made it right.
Yeah, I was told that people left in, or a person left in tears, I think it was.
Ms. Scanlan, yeah.
Yeah, I would never, today, I don't want anybody here leaving in tears. I don't want anybody leaving in tears, no matter how bad a situation is. So to hear that she left in tears saddens me, because then I would love to have a conversation with her, and I have reached out to her.
So presumably when you got that letter in April 2021, the first thing you did was pick up the phone and call Ms. Scanlan.
No. I read it, I absorbed it, I wondered where it was coming from. I looked at the calendar, it was almost to the 1-year anniversary. Ms. Scanlan wasn't working at the time. I tried to write a letter back. I wrote one several times, rewrote it several times. And I thought to myself, there wasn't anything that I could say in that letter that I felt that would change things for her or make her think differently or make her take her hurt away. I didn't think I could do that for her. And so I thought the best thing I could do was speak to her in person. And I thought about it, and the only reason I didn't was, first of all, she wasn't at work, and I didn't want to affect her wellness plan. The second reason was that, again, the integrity of the Mass Casualty Commission. I didn't want to in any way have people feel that their testimony was being influenced by the Commissioner of the RCMP. So I felt it was best just to wait till people's testimony was done. And that's what I did in the case of Lia. As soon as her testimony was done, again, I'm very conscious of trauma and hurt and not wanting to be that person. So I got somebody who knew her to reach out to her so that she wouldn't receive an email from the Commissioner of the RCMP and feel anxiety of any sort. I had the person reach out to her to see if she would like to meet with me or give her the option of meeting with me when I went down to Nova Scotia, and she chose not to.
That was in June,
Yes,
right? But she sent you that letter back
yes.
in April of 2021.
Yeah, she hadn't testified yet. She had given statements but hadn't testified until in this last 6 months, I
Right.
believe.
Right around the time that Darren Campbell's notes became public as part of this public inquiry.
Sorry.
Is that when you reached out to Ms. Scanlan?
No, I reached out just before I was going to Nova Scotia, actually, and when she was finished her testimony, she had finished. There was question that she might go back for a second testimony, so I was waiting till it was done. And I knew that I was going to Nova Scotia in June, so that's when I had planned to meet.
So you received the letter in April of 2021, and for various reasons, you didn't make any attempt to make it right.
No, I wrote the letter, but I didn't send it.
You have that letter?
Not with me, no.
And do you have a draft of it?
I believe so. I still kept it, I think.
You'd be willing to produce that letter?
Yeah.
I'll ask you to undertake to produce the draft letter or any drafts you have that you were.
I think you should direct that to council, Mr. Scott.
We'll take that under advisement for now. We'll deal with it at the end of the proceedings today.
Thank you.
My question is, if a civilian employee of yours writes you a letter that is not simply expressing, you've said some things that have hurt me, but is rather plainly accusing you of having acted in a way that was appalling, inappropriate, unprofessional, belittling, and then is attributing things to you that you know firsthand are factually false. She's suggesting that you said things that you just didn't say. How does that not warrant immediately picking up the phone and saying, what is this letter? What are you talking about? I don't know what room you were in, but I was part of that conversation and I didn't say any of those things.
Why would I want to do that at that point in time when Ms. Scanlan was dealing with her own wellness issues? Why would I want to do that at that time? That's the questions I asked myself, and I didn't feel it was appropriate. I did not want to cause her any more hurt. I wanted her to get well. I wanted her to come back to work. I wanted a lot of things. And so for me to pick up the phone, as you suggest, I would never do that.
So your concern was that any of these things that Ms. Scanlan or others may have imagined were a result of perhaps some sort of illness or trauma? Or
No, my concern was for Miss Lia Scanlan, for her to get better. For me to try to explain things or try to have that conversation would be only self-serving, and it wouldn't do anything for Miss Scanlan the way you suggested.
Darren Campbell and Chris Leather and Lia Scanlan all seem to be under the impression in that meeting you were very clear that you were upset about this information, details about the firearms not being released, because it was tied to pending gun legislation from the Liberal government.
It was a part of a mandate letter and legislation, yes, but that wasn't, it wasn't about, like I said, it was just about the erroneous information that I was given.
Yeah, so you recall mentioning why it was that the government had wanted that information released?
When I talked about the fact that I was told that the information would be part and parcel of the media and the fact that the government asked me if it was going to be part of it, I explained that obviously it's important to them because they're in the midst of, or they actually had legislation already completed, but it was an interest to them, just like any other unfortunate event around the world. They reach in during the Christchurch crisis. They've reached in at other active shooters in and around North America. Whenever those things have happened, they've requested the same type of information, wanting to know more.
What you said in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission was, I was explaining why it was important to the government. Don't be surprised that they are asking for this information because the mandate letter for the minister is gun legislation and gun banning. He's interested in that stuff.
Yeah.
Does that sum it up?
Yeah, that's why I asked for the information on the 23rd.
Right. So my question is, if the only reason we're having this meeting and there's an issue and you're feeling frustrated and trying to express your expectations is because of the accuracy of the information that's being provided. And as you've said, you have no vested interest in whether that information is disclosed or not. You just want to make sure that you're giving accurate information to the government. Then why in that meeting would you be stressing the reason why it was so important that information be released publicly, that the government wanted it released because it was tied to their pending gun legislation?
No, not at all. It was about all of the issues that we were having about communication. That was but one of many examples. Many of the things were brought to light through our comms to their comms, but there was many issues with communications. Like I stated earlier in some of my testimony, in normal circumstances, I would get 2 to 3 situational reports a day. I wasn't getting that. We weren't getting the information that we needed. I was doing a lot of media, and it was very difficult, and I've never usually in the position where I actually have to ask for the information. It usually just comes free-flowing through a process and through a rhythm, and that rhythm wasn't there. I wanted, again, them to be more proactive and not reactive. We've talked about that. They weren't meeting the expectations that I would expect in a calm situation.
But in an email to H Division on April 23rd, I think you've seen it, where you're expressing GOC and Minister are anxiously awaiting, talking about we need this information about the gun details. You sent that email to Commissioner Bergerman? Or
Commanding Officer.
Commanding Officer.
Yeah. We were asking, there was that, and there was, I think at another time, I had also asked about the chronology. There was a bunch of different little outstanding ones, but one of them was the weapons.
Right.
In that particular email, yes.
And then right around the same time, you called Chris Leather directly to inquire about when are we going to get the information about the firearms.
I don't recall that phone call either.
You aware that when Chief Superintendent Leather was here, he testified that he got a call from you?
Yeah, that's when I heard
Right.
about it. I didn't.
You don't dispute that?
I have no recollection of that phone call.
No. And he also said that he'd never received a phone call from you prior to that. Normally, communication would have gone, obviously, to the commanding officer.
It's not unusual for me to reach out to CROPS officers, criminal operations officers. Sorry.
Had you ever called Chris Leather before that day?
No, I don't. I didn't realize I called him that day.
Were you aware that Deputy Commissioner Brennan, who reports directly to you, had contacted Lia Scanlan?
No, I wasn't made aware of that.
Let me ask the question, to ask for details about the firearms.
No, I wasn't made aware of that, only through this process.
Sharon Tessier is your strategic communications, or at the time was your strategic
The director.
communications director, or?
Yeah, Director of Strategic Communications.
Were you aware that during the press conference on April 28th, the one where Darren Campbell didn't mention the guns, were you aware that Sharon Tessier was emailing Lia Scanlan in real time?
No.
Yeah. I know we were having some trouble with the documents earlier, but for the record, I'm referring to Comm 00237788, which appears to be an email from Sharon Tessier to Lia Scanlan at 16:36 hours, which would be 4:36 p.m. And it says, "Please tell me Darren is going to mention the guns. My phone is lighting up." Were you aware of her sending that message, or why she would be sending that message?
No, the only reason I could think of is that she told me that she weapons were going to be part of the media release, and maybe because she told that to me and it wasn't happening, maybe she felt an obligation. I'm not sure. Like I said, it was a question. It wasn't, are the guns going to be mentioned in the media release? It wasn't bigger than what everybody is making it out to. It's becoming very politicized, this whole event, as far as I'm concerned, because it was not nearly as big as you're making it sound. It was very, are they going to mention it? Because there was so many other things. We talked about the replica vehicle. We talked about the replica uniforms. We talked about the background of the perpetrator. We talked about the event at the fire hall. We talked about the sequence of events, the number of deceased. There was a ton of information that was going back and forth. And there was some outstanding information that was left. And so I had told at some point that they were having a big press event in Nova Scotia that was going to cover all of the outstanding issues. That was what I was led to believe, that this was going to be the big one. And so when, like I said, there was different speaking notes. I think I read the first one. I never read anything after that. I assumed that everything was going to be. I didn't see issues with certain details on the guns myself, but it didn't matter to me. It was just getting the information out. I look back and I think to myself, I know that in the first media I did with Minister Blair, I think half of it was directed to him about weapons. I know that I had another media with another outlet, and they were asking about that as well. It was obviously a topic that was interest to everybody, as was many other topics, but most of it got released as the week had gone by. So when the minister asked, or not even the minister's chief of staff asked if the details for the weapons were going to be released, I had no idea. I wasn't in the details of that media event at all. I asked the question, I got the answer, I transmitted the answer. If I had known that they weren't going to be released, I would have said, sorry, they're not going to be released. That was the end of it. At the end of all of this, when they said, when I realized it wasn't released and it was brought out through, I think, a Q&A, I said, yeah, not the execution we're expecting. It's not, I think later on I said, it's not going to be released. That was the end of that conversation. There was never mention about it again. So I'm trying to explain myself 7 different ways from Sunday here. I find myself a little bit frustrated because honestly, I know the conversations I had with the minister. I know the conversations I had with the minister's staff, with the deputy minister, the national security advisor. There was never any direction provided, no interference, no political pressure. Was there pressure? Yeah, there was a lot of pressure, most of it coming from the media itself. But as far as what people think happened, it didn't. And Minister Blair, of all people, is very cognizant of interference because he himself was the chief of police of Toronto. Very often we have meetings, and when we have ministers outside of the RCMP or outside of the portfolio, there's always reminders about that. So I'm trying to answer the questions to the best of my ability, but I don't think I'm communicating properly because it seems to still be an issue, and I'm sorry if I'm trying to clarify myself, but.
Do you remember what the question was?
No. Sorry.
You weren't aware that Sharon Tessier sent an email to Lia Scanlan at 4:36 p.m. saying, please tell me Darren is going to mention the guns. No. My phone is lighting up.
No, I wasn't aware.
That's the answer, isn't it? Is no.
No.
Right. And do you know, if it wasn't a big deal and it wasn't that important and it's being blown out of proportion, why is Sharon Tessier's phone lighting up?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask Sharon Tessier.
Was it you calling her?
I doubt it. I didn't even watch the full media event. I started to watch it and I think there was a lot of other things going on in the RCMP at that point in time, unfortunately, with COVID and still a bunch of other events. So.
Sure. Were you aware that a few minutes later at 4:49, Ms. Tessier sent another email to Ms. Scanlan saying, is there any way to relay to Jennifer/Darren the need to talk about the guns?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
I note that she's saying the need to talk to the guns, and we can presume that by Jennifer, she's referring to Jennifer Clark and Campbell being Darren Campbell. Those messages weren't sent at your direction?
No.
No. It does seem, however, though, that given the communication, that there appears to be a great deal of concern at that point that this information isn't going to be released publicly.
Like I said, the only reason I can think that Sharon is sending those messages is because she already told me that the weapons were going to be part of the media event, and that I transmitted that information up. And so maybe because she was misinformed, or she misinformed me, that she was trying to correct that, I'm not sure.
Is it fair to say that your position has always been that, number one, you can confirm that Minister Blair never directed you to release any information? Correct?
He has never
No,
directed
he's
me.
never ordered you to do anything, and you recognize that that would be incredibly inappropriate, and it would be your responsibility at that point to say no.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. And I think in your preamble to your SecU testimony, you said, specifically, I was not directed to publicly release information about weapons used by the perpetrator to help advance pending gun control legislation. But you do agree that through the government, the minister, chief of staff, the prime minister's office, it was a request. Can this information be released publicly at
No.
the press conference? No.
No, it wasn't that. They were asking if it was going to be part of the media event, the big media event that day.
So the distinction you're drawing is between the direction or an order, which is improper, and somebody simply asking...
When somebody says, can you do that? That's, to me, direction, and it wasn't that at all. It was just an if. It was, is that information going to be part of that media event?
Commissioner
So
Lucki,
that's why I'm having a difficult time with your questions.
you understood that...
There was no benefit for the
Let
government.
me ask the question. You understood that the question was, even if it was framed as, is that information going to be released, the message was, we'd really like to have that information released.
I didn't see it like that.
No? You
No.
thought it was just out of sheer curiosity.
No, because it was one of the outstanding items that still
Right.
wasn't out in the public. And we had made it very clear to the government that you could not talk about anything until the RCMP released the information. Each division on the ground had a very specific protocol of the release of the information. They wanted a no-surprise environment, as did I. So until they released it, none of the government officials could speak about it or release it in their media events.
Right, but I guess my question is then, if you're suggesting that you had no idea why they were asking for it, it was just a question, is this going to be included or not, then why on the 28th, when you're meeting with H Division, are you telling them this is tied to pending gun legislation?
Well, because it was about the weapons, so it was really, like I said, it wasn't, the specific meeting was the fact that I gave the wrong information is what frustrated me the most. And it was yet another example of issues with communication. So when I am asked a question and I give the wrong answer, I don't like to do that. I don't want to give misinformation. There's enough misinformation out there. I don't want to be the perpetrator of that. So when I gave the misinformation, that's the part that frustrated me. And it was, again, part of many other issues. And so it was watching things happen that we could be better at. We could be better at those communications. And the weapons was but one example. And because that was the most recent example, that's the one I spoke about.
My question, Commissioner, was if your understanding was that you were being asked, that you didn't know why you were being asked for this information or what the purpose was, then why in that meeting are you expressly telling Darren Campbell, wait for me to ask the question, Darren Campbell and Chris Leather and Lia Scanlan, you're telling them you don't understand how important this is, it's tied to pending gun legislation?
Because the question that was asked to me was about the weapons, that's why I said That's why they asked if the weapons would be included. I'm guessing because it's part of their mandate and it's part of legislation. So I was tying it to the reason why they asked if the
Right.
information of the weapons would be included in the release.
You understood what the interest was in that information.
And I was just expressing what I felt was their interest in that information being part of it. And they're asking if it's part of it. I advised yes. I tell them yes. And like I said, that was the end of those conversations. The fact of the matter was that it was not an issue after that. As soon as that was done, there was no question the day after or the day after that of the government saying, hey, are you having another press release? Are you going to release the guns? There was nothing like that. It was over, and I said, yeah, they're not talking about that. And it was actually at that meeting on the 28th when Darren Campbell told me that it was part of another investigation. So that's when that was the end of it. Up to that point, I didn't connect it because I knew the perpetrator was deceased. I didn't connect it to that at all.
You were more intimately involved with that pending gun legislation than simply being aware that it was part of the minister's mandate, weren't you?
No, there was a lot of briefings, but I usually wasn't the ones doing it. We have 2 or 3 experts that do it. The odd time I was briefing, but I'm not a gun expert by any means.
Yeah, under the Firearms Act, the RCMP Commissioner also serves as the Chief Executive of the Canadian Firearms Program. Isn't that right?
I'm the Commissioner of the Firearms Program,
Right.
yes.
Making you the most senior administrator with respect to the Firearms Act in Canada.
Yes, but not the most senior subject matter expert on those, all things guns.
Right, and you would say that you had been working with the Liberal government for 2 to 3 years on gun legislation, providing them with information on different guns.
Many, like the RCMP, not me personally, this has been going on for 2-3 years at least. There are briefings that are given, but we have 2 or 3, like I said, subject matter experts. I very rarely brief on anything to do with the guns.
You recall doing an interview with my colleague, Ms. Young, back on Thursday, August 4th, 2022?
With who?
With Ms. Young?
Oh, yes,
I believe you were interviewed by Rachel Young.
yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that at page 26 of your transcript, you said, it says, Commissioner Brenda Lucki, yeah, of course, they were curious about the guns. That's part of their mandate. But the gun legislation had already been presented. We've been working with them for 2 or 3 years on gun legislation. So we've been providing them with information on different guns, what happened in Christchurch, what happened in this situation, right? So you were consulted and participated in the guns legislation that was announced on May 1st, 2020.
Like I said, I wasn't directly involved. There was times early on where I was part of the briefings, but for the most part, like I said before, there was 2 or 3 subject matter experts that were the leaders of those briefing sessions that have the expertise in firearms and firearms, everything firearms. I am so not that person. I'm just not an expert in firearms.
You understood enough to know that the centerpiece of that legislation was effectively banning certain makes and models of firearms.
It was a banning of firearms.
Right.
Yes.
So certain firearms that Canadians would have otherwise legally been able to possess if they had the requisite licensing would now be on a list of prohibited firearms. I'm
not even that, I'm ashamed to say, I'm not even that intimately involved with firearms, even at that level. Like I said, there's so many aspects to firearms and lists and the categories and the classifications. I don't know that stuff.
An email from you, Commissioner Lucki, to on April 23rd, forwarding the firearms information on to, I believe, the minister's chief of staff, and you had cut and paste that from information that was received from H Division, if I understood.
Yes.
If we could go down. Right there. So we see April 23rd, 2020 at 3:58 p.m. from Brenda Lucki. 𝐂𝐸𝐬, that's the minister's chief of staff?
Yes.
Right. And you're providing her with the information that you had received from H Division?
Yes.
Right. And you've listed out the various firearms that were seized from the perpetrator when he was killed.
Yes.
You also, I just want to direct your attention down towards the bottom. It says preliminary trace results are as follows. Colt carbine, sourced at a gun shop in California, and then 2 Ruger Mini 14, and there's reference to the Ruger P89. So, do I understand correctly that at that time, what is this, the 23rd, when you're sending this information about the firearms that were involved, the RCMP was fully aware that the perpetrator did not have any sort of firearms license or certification, and for the most part had acquired these firearms illegally and out of country.
I believe at that point that we did know that he didn't have a license. It wasn't, without the license, I would say he's obtaining them illegally.
The working theory that I know the investigation hasn't been closed, but the working theory at the time was that he had smuggled illegal firearms in. He had acquired firearms illegally in the United States and Maine, had smuggled them across the border, and was in about 5 different ways illegally in possession of firearms.
Yeah, I didn't know the details that you're specifically. I don't believe I was given.
Well, they're right
specific.
there in the email that you sent.
No, but it was this could have, or this would thus be unlawfully smuggled into Canada, those things?
I'll direct you down to the bottom where it says Glock 23, sourced to a gun shop in Maine. This would have been unlawfully smuggled into Canada. That's reasonably clear,
Yeah.
isn't it? Right.
Like I said, that was information I received, yes.
And as the head of the firearms program in Canada, presumably you understand that without a PAL, either restricted or non-restricted, in any way that perpetrator is in possession of firearms, it's a criminal offense.
Yes,
And to the extent that he acquires ammunition is a criminal offense.
yes.
And to the extent that any license holder knowingly assists him in acquiring the materials used as part of his
I have to say, I don't know those laws intimately. I know that there are obviously illegalities when you don't have the proper licensing. I know that. Whether the restricted, the prohibited, what people can and cannot do with a license, I don't intimately know those, but what you're saying, I'm trusting that it's true.
The reason I'm
I don't
asking-
want to say that, yes, in fact, because
All right. The reason I'm asking, while it seems in these communications, particularly in the meeting you had on the 28th with H Division, the suggestion that it's obvious that, why the government is looking for this information is tied to pending gun legislation. What I was hoping that you could help me with was, what is the connection? What is the connection between that legislation and what happened here in Nova Scotia, beyond the fact that firearms are involved?
I wouldn't do it justice to make that connection for you.
Because to the best of your understanding, that legislation wasn't in any way aimed at closing any loopholes or doing anything that would have in any way helped prevent the perpetrator from committing his crimes here, right?
I can't answer, like I said, I can't answer those questions.
You're not aware if any efforts were taken to beef up things like border security and address issues of smuggling firearms illegally over the border?
Sorry, what was the question?
You're not aware of anything in that proposed legislation at the time that would have addressed issues like illegal smuggling of firearms, things that would have prevented the perpetrator from bringing a Colt carbine across the border?
I just know in general that the government has, obviously they're looking at smuggling, they're looking at guns and gangs, and they're looking at banning certain firearms in a general sense in legislation.
You can't point to anything that would suggest that there's a logical connection between what happened here in Nova Scotia and those issues being addressed by that legislation, the legislation that was announced on May 1st, 2020.
No, I wouldn't, sorry.
And you can appreciate that there are those that'd be concerned that the optics of that, or that the collective grief and pain of my clients and others. was being exploited
I
for the
wouldn't- Sorry.
to affect the crass political objectives of legislatures. You could see why that would be a very serious issue and one that we would be very interested in.
I could see that as being an issue, but it's not something that is at all, when you talk about that I could see the optics of that. Absolutely, but I couldn't see it. I can't make that connection for you.
Sorry, Mr. Scott, it's 5:30. I'm presuming you're wrapping up. Or maybe you could tell us where you are in the.
I'm happy to keep going.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to keep going if the commissioners will hear me.
Sure. How much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lucki, you see about 3 lines down in bold that you write, please do not disseminate further, do not share this information past the Prime Minister and the PM as is directly related to this active investigation. And that's on the 23rd of April, correct?
Yes.
Right. You understood that this was information tied to an active investigation, and while you obviously report up and keep those in government and the Public Safety Minister apprised, you didn't want to compromise the integrity of the investigation by having that disseminated more widely, right?
That was why it was put there, yes.
Right. And I think with respect to the April 28th press conference and subsequent meeting you had with H Division, when you were interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, the suggestion was as soon as Darren Campbell said to you, this is part of an active investigation, that's why I don't want to disclose it. Your response was, that's it, I don't need it. I asked for it because the government wanted to know if it was coming up, but if you're telling me that this is for an active investigation, that's it. I'll report that back and we'll never ask for it again, right?
Yeah, I didn't connect it was kind of odd because I was thinking more about the deceased and the connection with the firearms to the deceased and the use of those firearms. I wasn't connecting it to auxiliary sort of investigations. And so that's the investigation that I was thinking of. I wasn't thinking of the smuggling. I was thinking more about connecting the guns to the perpetrator.
Right. In your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, what you said, and I'm at page 38, as soon as he said that, that was it. You know what? Don't need it. Don't need any information on the guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a moot point then because, but I still think that now, the benefit of hindsight, I think things like the classification of guns there's certain information that may have been able to be shared that may not compromise. I'm saying that now. I wasn't thinking that then, but I was thinking, how do we push the envelope a bit more so that, and most recently, of course, seeing some of the active shooters in the States and how they release information. So I've been thinking a lot about it, wondering how we can be more transparent in that regard.
But no matter how you think about it, if the information is, tied to an active investigation that either you believe or somebody who's on the ground believes will impact the integrity of the investigation, obviously that supersedes other considerations, and that's the end of the conversation, right?
Yeah, but sometimes sometimes we automatically assume we can't release any information because something's under investigation, but I think sometimes we have to flush through it and think about, is it an absolute, or is there things that may or may not be able to be released that wouldn't compromise it to provide that information to the public? So that's what I meant by how I think of it and trying to push the envelope a little bit.
Sure. On April 23rd, when you're sending information to the Minister of Public Safety, you're not saying, well, maybe we can flush this through and find out what information that we can. What you're saying is don't release this. It's part of an active investigation.
No, I'm saying that I think that now, and I think that's why we try to provide that sort of training to the commanding officers. We provide templates. for them to be able to say more than just the fact that something's under investigation. Because we've seen it done in other police agencies across Canada where something goes on and they seem to be able to talk more about things, and for some reason in the RCMP we're very guarded about our communications under the umbrella of an investigation, so trying to figure out how we can push the envelope a little bit more.
Right. Presumably, if you're telling the minister on the 23rd that don't release it's part of an active investigation, it wasn't your impression by the time you got to the 28th of April that somehow that investigation had been wrapped up?
No, my comms people were talking about how we could provide as much information as possible, even under an umbrella of an investigation. That was part of the conversations. I wasn't privy to a lot of it, but I know that they were trying to get more information instead of waiting for just the one, like I said, the one event.
Who was part of those conversations?
Well, the person I spoke with was Sharon Tessier mostly, with just, I know that was when she was expressing some of the frustration about trying to get more comms out and being more in front of the camera and being more, providing more information.
And that wasn't those efforts to see maybe if we can find something, and even though a couple of days ago we knew it was part of an active investigation, that was just out of nothing other than a desire to ensure that the RCMP was being as transparent and providing as much information to the Canadian public as was possible. It had nothing to do with a particular interest that the government had in getting the make, model, and caliber of those firearms out into the public discourse.
Sorry, what's your question?
My question is that, are you suggesting that the only reason those conversations were being had about, is there anything we can do here to get that information out? It's not because there was any particular interest in...
No, it wasn't just about the guns. It was about all kinds of information. Like you spoke about earlier, you know, the number of deceased and a chronology, just getting the more information out as and when it happened. There was often... I recall in one media event where I had said, I believe that there was 13 deceased, and in the same media event, the last line from the reporter was that there were 16. So there was all kinds of, you know, it seemed like inaccuracies or things that maybe it was just happening too fast, I'm not sure, but obviously they were having trouble being accurate with the information.
Should we be at all concerned that we've heard from both Darren Campbell and Chris Leather the suggestion that they're concerned that there was political interference, and I should add retired Assistant Commissioner Berger to that list as well, of people who were on that call and viewed it as being either improper interference in their investigation or at least attempted. Should we be concerned about that?
You should be concerned if they were in the meetings. They weren't in any meetings that would suggest that. They have no direct knowledge of any of that. The fact is, I had many conversations with the minister or the minister's staff, and there was no such interference, there was no such direction, and there was no such political pressure.
They were in the meeting with you.
But they were never in any of the meetings that I had with, so I'm really the only person that can tell you if I was getting direction or if I was getting interference from the minister's office. I'm the only one who can tell you that. They weren't in any of those meetings with any of the government officials. So for them to connect the dots in the way that they connected them, obviously that's their opinion, but it's not based on fact.
Right. You understand that it would be equally concerning if, whether you were directed or ordered or not, if you in your role as the Commissioner of the RCMP were using that position to try to affect certain outcomes for the government, that would be interference as well. You appreciate that, don't you?
I appreciate that, and that wasn't done.
Because all that was happening was what we were asking about whether that information, we weren't directing, and that's the distinction you draw. It's fair ball to simply ask, is that information going to be released? It's a very different thing to order it, right?
There was no direction provided.
I know, but my question is, that's the distinction you're drawing. It's between asking about it and directing that it be done.
That's a big distinction, yes.
Right. But you'll agree with me that sometimes when people are in positions of power, when they ask a question, it's not really a request.
I didn't ask the question, though. It was the communications person who asked the question. I didn't ask the question to the group. I asked my communications person, are the weapons going to be part of the media event? My comms person went to somewhere in Nova Scotia. I'm imagining they went to their comms people and asked the question. She came back and said, yes, it will. I transmitted that information.
The question was asked, and the question was, will no one rid me of this troublesome priest?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Because it was a question, you view that as being perfectly fine. You were simply irritated that you got the wrong information from Sharon Tessier at the end of the day.
That was a question I asked Sharon Tessier, yes.
And did you ever apologize to anybody at H Division for the fact that, as it turns out, they never said that they were going to release that information at the 28th? In fact, it was just a miscommunication that Ms. Tessier had.
And that was pointed out in the meeting on the 28th that at that point, I think it was Ms. Tessier who pointed out that she gave me the wrong information.
Then why didn't you take the time to say, listen, guys, I had it all wrong here. I thought you would agree that you were going to put this out and you would give me incorrect information, but I now realize that I'll take this up with Ms. Tessier later. That would have been a pretty reasonable response given the circumstances, and obviously Darren Campbell didn't do anything wrong. He was very clear about why he didn't release that information.
Yeah.
But you didn't do that, did you?
I could have, yes, I could
You could have, but that's
And
a
I
far
didn't.
away from you didn't.
No, and I didn't. No, you're absolutely right.
You're sitting here today 2 years later. You don't know why Cobequid Court was unattended for 19 hours.
No,
And you haven't taken any steps to look into this or delegated anyone to look into this, correct?
No, I haven't.
Can you tell me why?
Well, first, I think in my role as commissioner, I generally, and it's not downplaying anything or making something sound less important. With 32,000 employees, like I said, and over 750 locations, it's a big organization, and I can't be the one that goes down and makes sure everything happens. So I have people to do that. And obviously, if it's not happening, I'll have to figure out why it's not happening. And so I can't explain what happened in the past. The only thing I can do is go forward and say, you know what, I have a commitment to you, I have a commitment to the families. We will look into this.
Okay, so we're now 28 months post mass casualty. You're saying we have your commitment. When will this commitment be undertaken?
Well, when I get back to the office, I have people that are going to take notes of my testimony. When I say you have my commitment, I know they're writing this down. They're going to be tasking it. We're going to figure out. Like I said, I think you can make all the policy in the world, but if nobody knows it's policy or nobody knows that that things have changed, and that is how I've sort of, when I got in the chair, it was kind of my pet peeve that there was many things happening, but we weren't communicating them.
But again, you're guessing. You don't know if the April 30th, 2014 general scene security for possible crime scenes policy is adequate. You don't know if it's an issue of your members understanding the current policy, correct? So even here as you sit, when you say, perhaps we're not doing a good job in communicating policy to members, you're guessing because you haven't looked into Portapic.
Yeah, and I think lack of communication is a pretty good guess.
And you accept as Commissioner of the RCMP, you have control and management of the RCMP and all matters connected to the force, right?
Yes,
And that's under Section 5 of your Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act.
yes,
You have the power to delegate responsibilities to any member, correct?
yes,
And those members must perform those duties as prescribed by you. In fact, it could be a code of conduct violation if they don't.
yes,
And that's under Section 18. You also, under Section 24, have the power to appoint your own board of inquiry to investigate and report on any matter connected with the organization, right?
Yes.
And have you done that for any matter connected to Portapique or
No.
this mass casualty? No? Can you speak to any changes that have been made with Depot, with training since this mass casualty event? And you do have familiarity with the training, right? Significant
Yes,
familiarity
absolutely.
given your previous roles. And also as commissioner, it's under your mandate. You're specifically tasked with, you're in charge of training. You can set training regimens, you can amend the curriculum.
I think I should just take a step back. In my role as commissioner, like I said, I'm looking at things at the 10,000-foot level. The questions you're asking, I'm not looking at it at that level. There are people that look at it at that level. And I think, you know, if I had the benefit of knowing some of the things you're asking, I can certainly ask the questions. I know my people right now are writing it down and they're going to be asking the questions. But for me to do that, it's at my level, I don't go down in the weeds. And I feel bad because I would love to be able to answer your questions with greater detail, and I'd love to be able to give you accurate information. I don't have that accurate information. I only have it in general senses. So for that, I'm sorry.
So under section 20.2 sub 1 of the RCMP Act states the commissioner may determine the learning, training, and development requirements of members and fix the terms on which the learning, training, and development may be carried out. Have the members in training since Portapique had their curriculum adjusted to learn from
I don't
Portapique?
know.
Have you seen, as commissioner, anything come across your desk to reflect that this learning is taking place?
No, and I probably wouldn't on it.
You're familiar with the findings by the Honorable Justice Michael Bastarache in November 2020?
Yes.
The Bastarache report?
Yes.
And that related to the successful claims, and I should not use the word successful because it's quite disheartening. There was 2,300 females that had gone through the RCMP awarded compensation as a result of sexual harassment. Bastarache found that the RCMP culture is toxic and tolerates misogynistic and homophobic attitudes from leaders and members, incalculable damage to female members of the RCMP and public service employees. Change cannot come from within the RCMP, but must be initiated from external sources. With those findings, relatively recent, you are still content that you can overcome culture to implement your strategy based on Vision 150?
Absolutely. I've had a few conversations with Justice Bastarache about those very ideas about internal versus external. And he actually has publicly said to us that he feels confident that we can, in fact, evoke change within our organization by reviewing aspects of our organization. We have...
What's the RCMP's relationship to the GC surplus? Government of Canada surplus, do you know? Is there any oversight function, any partnering?
I'm not completely familiar with that, but I know that our chief financial officer, who is dealing with the whole procurement, falls under our chief financial officer, and anything to do with GC surplus that has anything to do with the RCMP would fall under her responsibility.
So they're under your umbrella?
Obviously, the chief financial officer reports to me, yes.
Okay, so GC surplus is under your umbrella?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Not specifically, though. I think they're an entity to their own, and we access that.
So yes, they're under your umbrella, or no?
I don't believe specifically they don't report to me, no.
But your chief financial officer reports to you?
And deals with GC surplus.
Deals with GC surplus.
It's a government of Canada, so it's not, it reports through somebody else in the government of Canada, to my knowledge.
So were you aware that, so prior to this mass casualty, that the perpetrator had shopped frequently at the GC surplus store, and on occasions he had appeared there, he showed, and I'm using testimony we received from a Max Liberatore, he notes that he showed him and most of the staff pictures of the cop car that he had and told staff that, again, according to him, that he was building a cop car.
Who did you, I didn't get the name.
Max Liberatore testified at this
And
inquiry.
who is he?
Pardon?
And who is he?
I think he's a manager. He definitely works for GC Surplus. I'm just not familiar
Yeah.
with his title.
Like I said, GC Surplus is a Government of Canada entity that is used by all agencies in the Government of Canada. They don't, like I said, they don't specifically report to the RCMP. It's something that we have access to and use. Of course, there is a relationship in that procurement portion of the RCMP.
Do you find that concerning? That the perpetrator showed up at GC Surplus, made it obvious to those in attendance that he was building a cop car, and showed pictures, and that nothing was done about it?
Yes, it's concerning.
Besides stopping the sale of former police cars by GC Surplus, are you aware of any other measures that have been taken by GC Surplus in connection to this mass casualty event?
Sorry, Mr. Bryson and Ms. McPhee.
Just for clarity, Max Liberatore and GC Surplus falls under, I think it's Public Service Procurement Canada, which is a separate government department. So I think some of these questions may be difficult for the Commissioner to answer since he's not an employee of the RCMP.
Mr. Bryson, I get the impression that there's a financial relationship, but not a governing relationship. But that's my sense from her evidence.
Thank you.
We heard from retired Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman that what she had requested through Brian Brennan was really some immediate resources for her senior officers. And I'm paraphrasing her evidence from my notes, but she said, with respect to when she was questioned about whether or not the report was her idea, she said, well, it wasn't what I was seeking. I had a handful of officers come to me about their health, burnout, succession planning, looking for assistance on how to manage it. It was concerning. I went to Deputy Commissioner Brennan, told him senior officers burning out, suffering. I was looking to him for strategies. Can we bring in independent people re mental health? Also succession planning interviews. And what I understand from her evidence is what happened from there is that it was taken away by Deputy Commissioner Brennan and it turned into this report. But it wasn't what she had been asking for, which was immediate support for the senior officers. Were you aware that that was the genesis of this report, the wellness report?
That wasn't my understanding. My understanding was the visit that Deputy Commissioner Brennan did after, I think it was in October, and interviewed or spoke to a bunch of different officers. There was issues brought forward, and he spoke to both Commanding Officer Bergerman and the Crops Officer, Chris Leather, asking them to do certain things in relationship building and various other things. I don't know the specifics. And as a result of that not being completed, I think it turned into having an independent officer review.
And who told you that? Was that Deputy Commissioner Brennan?
That was through, yeah.
He was the individual who advised you of the sort of genesis of the report. Okay.
Some of it actually I read in his testimony, but for the most part I didn't get into the specifics of what he was doing, like the specific results, but
Okay.
just in a general sense, yes.
So you're not aware if he facilitated retired Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's request at that time she was
No,
talking?
I wasn't.
You don't know if those resources were provided that she was seeking for her senior officers?
No, not at all.
Okay. Also on the report around timing, we know it was dated September 30th, 2021, certainly just coming to light now. You were asked in your August 4th MCC interview, as I recall your evidence in your interview and certainly here, the report came to your attention when you were getting ready to travel to Nova Scotia for Constable Stevenson's memorial and some town halls, and someone asked you about what's the update on this report. she was asking you, the report is dated September 2021. Do you know why you didn't see it sooner? And you said, no, I asked that question. I think it. And I want to ask you a little bit of detail about that portion of your statement. You said, I asked that question, I think. So who did you ask the question to in terms of why you hadn't seen it sooner?
To both Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan and the new Chief Human Resource Officer, Nadine Huggins.
Okay. When did you ask them?
Probably the week before I went to Nova Scotia when it was discovered that I didn't have that the report was completed, and I was doing the sort of preparing my response for the town hall.
Okay. So they gave you the report, but what was the answer that they gave you in terms of why you hadn't seen that report before?
Both had no idea.
So had a member in Nova Scotia not posed that question in advance of the town hall, do you think you ever would have become aware of that report?
I think eventually it would have come up. It's amazing that it didn't.
It is amazing that it didn't.
I know. I was very surprised.
I think that's what I'm struggling with. How is this
Yeah.
another example of a report where energy, resources are spent and people participate, and then it goes someplace and no one is aware of it?
No, it's like it is completely surprising to me because that's not the normal way things happen. So I'm actually quite shocked that although, you know, the CHRO has told me that they're working on these things, like especially in the wellness area for officers, we're looking at peer-to-peer programs and things like that have been looked at. But the fact that it hasn't been brought, and I think because it wasn't sort of something national, for example, it wasn't even divisional, it was for that group of officers, that it didn't get the profile that it ought to have for some reason. I'm guessing. I have no...
I appreciate that. If that is the case, is that not deeply concerning
It
for you?
is. It is deeply... I'm not going to deny.
Yeah. Have you initiated any kind of review in terms of your Human Resources Office to see what happened here? How did this report...
I've asked the question. They are supposed to get back to me. I haven't followed up.
Who have you asked the question to?
To the Chief Human Resource Officer.
The new chief.
Yeah,
and what have you asked her to do? Have you just asked her what happened, or have you asked her to do a review?
No, I asked her to find out what happened, why I wasn't made aware of the report. And then obviously she gave me an update on what they've been doing. I got that already. She went
When
over.
did she provide you with the update of what they've been doing?
Well, we talked about it before I went to Nova Scotia a bit because that was part of my response to the officers. And then most recently, there was I asked for a full update on the recommendations. And so I was given a management action plan on each and every recommendation.
And you've been recently provided with a management action plan on each of the recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, perhaps we'll raise this with counsel for DOJ, but production of that
Thank you.
Update full management plan. Thank you. And when Ms. Huggins gave you the update on the status of the recommendations before you went to Nova Scotia, or you came to Nova Scotia?
Very generally.
Generally, yeah. And I think you said yesterday, again, I want to confirm your evidence, you said, I know the Chief Human Resources Officer has been working on some things informally.
Well, I say informally in the sense that there wasn't a formal management action plan created. The recommendations were very well known. They were in the report. Mm-hmm. And so I asked if there was an action plan. Okay. And why I say informally is because things were being worked on, but they weren't all put in a document to track. And that's kind of my
goes back to one of the
that's kind of my shtick.
Yeah.
Like put it in there so we can see it. Who's responsible? What are the timelines?
You said we're not doing change unless we can track it and it's measurable. So it struck me that if it's been done informally, there's no way to track it or measure it.
She might have had a process. I didn't ask her that, if she had a process to do that, but I wanted to see it all in one document.
And that is the document, the full management action plan?
Yes.
And when we see that, there'll be things identified and who's responsible and timelines. Is that what you would expect to see in that?
There'll
or
definitely be the recommendations.
It?
There'll be the actions to date, and there should be timelines. I've glanced at it very quickly because it only came out, and while I was away, and My memory's not very good on it.
Move
Sorry.
from that now, Commissioner, to a topic about note-taking and retention. You confirmed that when you were an instructor at Depot from 1996 to 1999, you would have been part of what your curriculum that you taught would have been about that sort of basic, critical note-taking part of policing. And will you agree with me that that's such an important part of policing because notes serve to refresh memory, justify decisions made, and record evidence?
Yeah, it's very important.
And well-documented notebook entries lend credibility to testimony and can substantiate information years after an original entry was made?
Yes.
Okay. And that from your perspective then and now, it's mandatory for all members to make written and/or electronic notes as soon as practicable in order to prepare accurate, detailed, and comprehensive notes setting out their observations made and actions taken during the course of duties?
Yes.
Okay. And that all notes made during an investigation are an integral part of an operational file, which would be subject to disclosure.
Yes.
Okay. And that's a core part of the training for cadets in their 6-month program at Depot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if there's a current policy on note-taking in the RCMP?
Yes, there's policy and reviews, when to review notebooks. Again, I don't know them by verbatim, but there is policy on notebooks.
Fair enough. And the recommendation 42, divisionally implement training and supervisory strategies to ensure all members take complete, accurate, and comprehensive notes. And my understanding is that this arose out of the fact that in at least 2016, this report is in 2020, there were issues with the thoroughness and accuracy of the notes that were taken. Is that your understanding of one of the findings from this report?
I will, excuse me, I'll add that note-taking is always an issue.
Yes.
And you only need to testify in court once, and then you will honestly understand the importance of your notebook. Our members don't testify very much like they used to. They don't go to court. I've been in districts where I've actually said, we will go to court on traffic tickets if we have to, because they need the experience to go to court. Because until you get tested on your notes, you think people can supervise you and they can look at it and say, you're missing this, but until you've actually had to open your notebook in court, these are my feelings. I remember the first time I opened my notebook in court and then they asked me questions that I didn't have the answer to. My notes changed exponentially. And I think that's one of the reasons. I think that we ask supervisors to verify the notes, but we ask 1,000 things from supervisors, and notebooks are but one. I think the amount of demands we put on people, I think the generations are changing. They're not writers. They're texters. So we have to find a way to modernize that and so that it is in fact following court rules, because often electronic disclosures get questioned, whereas handwritten notes have been the standard on investigations, from day-to-day investigations. Generations now are not handwriters. So I think there's a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
I'm not the expert, obviously. These are just my opinions.
Because
Go
if I could just take you on one of your comments in terms of your own personal experience and what resonated with you in terms of the importance of note-taking was your first appearance in court. Could the RCMP not take that and do practice runs with officers to sort of use that as an experiential way to highlight for them the significant importance of notes?
Yeah, I did that when I was in Thompson, Manitoba with the crew. We would get the Crown Prosecutor. That's part of it, but it's one of many things that we expect them to do, and I'm not saying it's not important, because obviously it's very important. And so we really stress it. I have seen improvements, though, I have to say, because I review all of the CRCC, the Complaints Review Commission reports on public complaints. And when I first got in the chair, the number of times that I would see the recommendation of providing operational guidance to a member about the importance of note-taking, and the ones that I've been seeing in the last year and a half, very few have that recommendation. So that's sort of my guide that maybe things are improving a little bit. It is something that we put under our unit level quality assurance. It's one of those standing items. And I just can't figure out how to put the caramel in that caramel bar for some reason.
I just wanted to go back. You talked about handwritten versus electronic notes. You talked about that in your statement as well.
Sorry.
That's okay. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about, young officers are not really into handwriting things, and the issue that you talked about in your statement in here is how to take notes in a more modern way. And what initiatives are being taken by the RCMP to address the modernization of note-taking?
I'm not sure specifically what's being undertaken. I just know that we have to, it's something that, it's not a new issue, and it gets better when it's reviewed, and then it's left, and it's unreviewed for a while, and then it starts to drop, and then it's reviewed, and it gets better. It's one of those activities that you have to keep on top of it at all times, and we expect the supervisors, I think per policy, they're supposed to review members' notebooks once a month and initial inside them. Sometimes they will do that review on a file, so you might not see them initialing it in an actual notebook, because often the notes are scanned and put in the electronic file. So they may in fact be reviewed. We just don't have a good record of that review because they've looked at it in amongst all the other documents in the file. Early on, obviously, it's very important. We stress it in the training academy. The notebooks are reviewed constantly, and we stress that importance. And they're provided feedback on good notes, poor notes, and then they get so busy that it's one of the first things for some reason in some cases to drop.
Give you some background here that's come from evidence from the inquiry, which I'm going to assume you aren't aware of. Correct me if I'm wrong. But we've heard evidence from a member, Constable Troy Maxwell, July 19th, 2022. That was the date he gave his evidence before the inquiry. His involvement, Commissioner Lucki, arose in around July of 2013. And the evidence that we understand before the Commission is that a neighbor had called the RCMP to say the perpetrator had assaulted his common-law wife and had illegal weapons. And Constable Maxwell and 2 others investigated that complaint. Of those 3 individuals, the only notes that have been produced or located were with respect to Constable Maxwell. His evidence was he didn't know if the others kept notes or if they even would have made notes. So on that point, would it have been your expectation that all responding officers to an incident of any magnitude would be keeping notes of that?
Not necessarily, because somebody could arrive on the scene and leave. Somebody might just be providing backup and wasn't privy to any conversations. So depending on their role.
Okay. Constable Maxwell did keep notes. When the mass casualty happened, this neighbor came forward and said, I told the RCMP that he had this illegal cache of weapons, and that he had assaulted his common-law wife. And the RCMP was unable to locate any information until they requested that members look for their notebooks.
Sorry, Ms. Miller. Ms. McPhee?
I think in fairness to the witness, perhaps there are 2 accounts of that complaint that was made by Ms. Forbes, and for her understanding, we understand what Ms. Forbes' version of that was, but there was also other information provided. In fairness to her, to be commenting on a situation that is, disputed between 2 witnesses isn't fair or perhaps useful to the Commission even.
I'm getting there, Commissioner.
Response, Ms. Miller?
I appreciate that Commissioner Lucki probably, as she said, she's at 10,000 feet. She probably has no knowledge of this. I'm trying to give her the background, and that is certainly a relevant part. And that is on my list of things to review with you.
Go ahead then, Ms. Miller, thank you.
So Constable Maxwell and other members in Bible Hill were directed to go and look to see if they could find notes. And he was able to locate his notes from the summer of 2013, 7 years before, and was able to locate about half a page of a notebook which had some names and some references to this call. His evidence was that he responded to a complaint of driving in an irregular manner in the neighborhood. So materially different accounts, just to give you some context. And what I'm getting to, you know, the notes were pretty sparse, and we've talked about the importance of more robust notes. But that varies from, you know, member to member and can cycle in terms of how good note-taking is, as you said. What I'm getting at is that these notes that Constable Maxwell was able to locate, he found them at home. And so I had asked him whether or not there was any policy in terms of where these notes, which are such a critical piece of a crime investigation, where they should be retained, and he said it was ad hoc. He was at home working through COVID and had been off duty, sick at some point. So he had actually moved them from the headquarters to his home. But he also said that people, when they retire, he was retired at the time, but he also said when people retire, their notes could be at home. So from your perspective, is there a retention policy around where members' notebooks should be held?
I would have to review. We just did a recent audit on exit procedures, and part of that was the notebooks, I believe, are included in that. And I think, obviously, there were some inconsistencies identified, and I think there was a recommendation. I'd have to go back. It's just I'm pulling it out of a memory because normally what should happen is you normally keep your notebooks, unless you create a specific notebook for a specific file, that is usually left with the file.
From critical time periods before the mass casualty. And the second one that I didn't give you for context was, we also know that in 2011, the perpetrator made a death threat against his parents, and there was an officer, Constable Wily, who was tasked to follow up and contact the perpetrator. We're going to hear from Constable Wily September the 6th. He was a member in Bible Hill at the time of his mass casualty statement in July, a year ago, 2021. He was working in Toronto, and we, to my knowledge, don't have his notes. And in the mass casualty statement, he said he was going to have to check his notes and was unsure if he still had notebooks from that summer. So these are two instances where note-taking and their availability of them, the robustness and or the availability of them, have some relevance to, Ms. Hupman talked about this in the context of the threat assessment, that these were areas, issues which, you know, conceptually could have or should have put the perpetrator on the awareness of the RCMP, and there are some deficits around, in this case, the note-taking.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say, because something that, let's say, happened 10 years ago, and then there's the whole retention, or the fact that, is that still an issue for that person as part of your risk assessment? Just because it happened 10 years ago, and I'm not using this case as an example, but there has been cases where people have reformed. So something happens here, they might not be the same person. And that's exactly why we have retention, we have parole, we have all different systems based on that. And taking something that happened, let's say 10 years ago, let's say it's one incident that happened 10 years ago. Is it the basis for your approach 10 years later, 15 years later? So that would be part of a risk assessment if it actually existed. In some cases, it may not exist, given the nature, if it's on a file. If there were no notes, let's say a person did 3 types of calls, an erratic driver arrived on the scene, no driver, that,
Would that be something worthwhile for you? And I would assume that you would want to do a review to make sure that there aren't some things coming out of this mass casualty that could be used to enhance, to make the note-taking process more robust, note-taking and retention.
Absolutely. There's no reason why notebooks should be reviewed regularly. It's one of the issues that we need to keep on top of. I agree with you, Commissioner.
And were you given any specific training when you took on the role of commissioner to lead change?
No, but I've had different, I've gone to different conferences, different webinars.
So I just want to pause on that. So when you took on the role, there was no specific training. You were never given any training at an executive level to lead an organization when you took on the role?
Not specifically to that, no.
All right. And did that concern you a little bit, given that you had this mandate to change culture in the RCMP? Did that concern you that you weren't given tools necessarily or skills? And that's a pretty specific skill set, leading change, and particularly in a massive organization. Did that concern you that you didn't have any of that training?
Not at all, because part of the reason I was chosen to be commissioner was my track record for making good change.
Okay. And so the training that you have on leading change comes from your on-the-job training, but also I think you said you've done some webinars and courses.
Courses, and I took a series of like a sort of, a 2 to 3 week course at the Asper School of Business in Manitoba.
Okay.
And a lot of it was about change management.
Okay. There were serious concerns relating to trust with leadership from national headquarters, and there were serious, that was both on the, during the mass casualty event and in the aftermath. That was identified, that these senior officers had serious concerns relating to trust and the worsening of trust and cooperation within H Division and national headquarters. And as I listened and we learn of the interaction between headquarters and Nova Scotia, there's a few things that I just want to review. We know, of course, the impact of your April 28th call on senior leadership. That was reviewed yesterday, and you got a letter. You said that you didn't know about the impact of your call until a year later when you got Ms. Scanlan's letter.
Yes.
Okay. We've heard from Lia Bergerman that she told Deputy Commissioner Brennan that very day about the impact of the call, and that was not reported up to you?
No.
No. He didn't tell you that?
No.
Okay. Was that a failing of him not to share that information with you?
Not necessarily, and it depended how he took in that information, but it would have been nice to have that conversation, but I don't know what the conversation was. So.
You indicate or review why you had vetoed the CBC Fifth Estate interview with Darren Campbell, and that was in the face of all of the Nova Scotia senior leadership saying that they were in favor of that. Did you explain to those leaders in Nova Scotia why the decision to veto was made?
No, I believe that would have been Deputy Commissioner Brennan.
And that's one of the fundamental tenets I think you had articulated yesterday about change management is, sometimes you have to tell people what the reason is, what happens if you don't or if you do the change. And from your perspective, you didn't.
I didn't personally, but
You believe Deputy Commissioner
when
Brennan
they closed
did?
the loop on the decision, it would have been either Deputy Commissioner Brennan or Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly.
Okay. And that was an idea from your senior commands, an idea from the bottom up that they were all in support of, and that got shut down. So you could understand how that would be demoralizing for them.
I'm not sure. There's all kinds of ideas. Like I say this because there's all kinds of ideas that come forward, and we don't do every idea that comes forward. Like I said, it was. The people who are experts put their mind to the matter, and a decision was made.
I appreciate
Unfortunately,
that.
we
But
don't
you also
always
talked
have
about
to.
change management. Ideas come from the bottom up, and they have to be collaborative, and they have to be involved in change. And then this was a case where they came up with this proposal, and it was kiboshed at the national level. And I understand why you gave your evidence yesterday, but you can understand why that would be demoralizing.
Yeah, it may have been demoralizing.
We also have heard evidence from Ms. Scanlan, and certainly in the communications foundational document, that the Nova Scotia Communications Group had asked repeatedly at national headquarters to be able to lead the dissemination of information. They had asked for that to happen. And in certain cases, that didn't happen. You can agree with me that that would be demoralizing for the H division staff with respect to that issue.
You would have to ask them if it was demoralizing. I think doing day-to-day decision-making and day-to-day work, there are some times that it's the decision-making cycle. A decision is made, and now you need to support it. Whether you agree with it or not, you need to, something comes forward, a decision is made, and then the person gets the information, they make the decision. What happens on the ground is only but one part of the decision, and I find that happens a lot. Something comes forward just because this person or this group thinks that this is the right decision. There's many other factors when I get presented things that I have to look at. So there's many other factors I have to look at that they may not be aware of. There's bigger picture items. So the decision is made. Yes, we should explain why the decision was made. It doesn't mean just because somebody wants something that we're going to agree with it. The decision's made, and now the second part of that decision-making cycle is that the people on the ground have to learn how to support that decision, because they might not have all the information when they decide something or when they've asked for something, and so it comes through a decision maker, whether it's the commanding officer, the crops officer, a detachment commander. A constable can go to a detachment commander and say, I think we should do this.
I appreciate that.
So
but
that's-
certainly we know that from the evidence that we've heard, it was very frustrating for the Nova Scotia communications individuals to have been asked to ask headquarters if Nova Scotia could lead the dissemination of information. So when I asked you if that would be demoralizing, you said you'd have to ask them. We know that they were frustrated, but you can understand that that would be frustrating.
Okay, so what if...
Could you understand that that could be frustrating?
Well, it could be frustrating for them, but if, for example, and I'm not going to say it in this case, if, for example, somebody is not doing what needs to be done and somebody else needs to do that, yeah, it could be demoralizing, but it's about making sure that things get done. So it can be done collaboratively. It's not an us and them and you don't do this and we'll do this. It's supposed to be a collaborative type relationship. So because people may or may not like a decision that's being made, it's unfortunate that they may feel demoralized or they may feel frustrated, but sometimes we can't always make the decisions that people want. We can't always agree, and sometimes the people asking for that don't have all the information, and that's why it's so important that, we need to explain that. And then they need to, whatever that decision is made, you need to learn to support that decision.
Thank you. Of course, we know that a recommendation was made for an internal review to take place by H, and that recommendation was made by H Division senior officers, and that didn't happen either. And that evidence that we've heard from those officers is that that was frustrating. You can understand that that would be frustrating again. It's another example of, senior leadership in Nova Scotia in the midst of the mass casualty and the aftermath looking to do certain things. You could agree that that would be frustrating?
Yeah, but I also respect the decision that was made.
And then
the
the
people on the
last-
ground might
yeah.
not have all the information.
I appreciate that. And then the last one was, we reviewed at the beginning of my questioning, Lee Bergerman's request for support, immediate support, mental health support for her senior officers. And you didn't have any awareness of that in terms of the genesis of the wellness report. And I think you said that that would be Deputy Commissioner Brennan who would be better served to respond to that.
Yes, but
Yeah,
what
we've
I-
been through that, Ms. Miller.
Yeah. Thank
what
you. I'm
I
just
can-
giving it in the context of these are 5 examples.
I want to add, though, specifically to wellness. Wellness is super important. It's one of the things of Vision 150. It's all about member wellness.
I understand that.
But in the early days,
Can I just ask that Ms. Miller allow the witness to answer the question? Since several times she's been interrupted as she's speaking and she's asking a question, she should be entitled to speak her mind on that.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm mindful of time, commissioners, as well. I'm trying to,
Yeah, you're over an hour right now.
I do understand that, and I'm trying to give the witness leeway with her responses, but I'm also trying to keep her focused.
Okay, I don't think we need to hear any more. Sorry, Ms. McPhee, what were you going to say?
Taking lots of time to ask the questions, but the witness deserves the opportunity to answer.
We understand that, that's for sure. I'll allow her to answer the question.
Thank you.
What I wanted to add was that very early on in the within a day or two, wellness was so important to me that I reached out to an experienced psychologist in Alberta and said, I want to make sure that each and every employee, no matter what their rank is, their category, has access to psychological assistance, critical incident debrief, whether they were directly or indirectly involved. I got a senior psychologist who had the experience of Mayerthorpe because there was a new psychologist in H Division and the current psychologist was on their way out. And I said, gather up every force psychologist. Let's make sure they get all the assistance they need. If people need more than one critical incident session, make sure they have access. I left that responsibility. I personally made that phone call because that's how important member wellness is for me. So to say that it wasn't important and for the commanding officer of H Division to say that is disheartening because there was a lot of work put into making sure people had all kinds of access to critical incident debriefings, wounded warrior assistance through their programs. There was a lot of work done.
Did you need the wellness report to convey to you that there had been a serious concerns with trust and leadership in Nova Scotia at a senior level with national headquarters?
Not necessarily the idea of it, but what are they specifically referring to? And it wasn't just, that wasn't the impetus of the report. It wasn't for the relationship between headquarters and the division. It was actually issues within the division itself was the reason that that report was requested.
But the report itself concludes that
It has some-
during the mass casualty event and the aftermath, there have been serious concerns noticed with respect to trust and the erosion of trust. And going back to that fundamental tenet of building trust with your members internally is the most important part. Does it concern you that the trust has been so eroded in Nova Scotia with senior leadership and national headquarters?
Absolutely. And we're going to do everything to put that back on track.
And what are the steps? That's my final question. What are the steps are you taking to rebuild trust in Nova Scotia? What's the plan?
Well, we're bringing in a new commanding officer, a new criminal operations officer, a new officer at the Halifax Regional District, a new officer in the support services. We're ensuring that the vacancies in the officers, because there was some vacancies because people post the event wanted to leave. So we've had a number of vacancies. So of course that can lead to burnout. The fact that the narrative on the RCMP was negative, that has a negative impact on your psyche, on your psychological well-being, making sure they continue to get the assistance they need and the support that they need, building the relationship with other agencies, other police agencies, other social agencies, just getting that division on track, and making it a place where people want to go to, because right now we were having difficulty filling some of the positions because people didn't want to go.
The bringing in the new senior officers, that predated the wellness report, and that was a function, that's an operational thing that you have to fill those positions. Is that fair to say? Like, you can't leave those positions empty.
No, but you're asking me what we're doing.
Yes,
and
no, I
that's
appreciate
part
that.
of it. Yeah.
But that had to happen in any event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so again, I'm just
But
trying to
it
get an
didn't.
understanding of what other items, concrete items, are being done to help rebuild the trust in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily have to happen because some of the officers could have stayed. So we didn't have to replace them. We could have said, no, you can stay, you haven't finished your tenure.
And I want you to know that for the purposes of my question, we've heard a lot of evidence about the response, pro and con, if I can put it that way. So I will say, for the purposes of my question, I accept that the RCMP members tried their best. I accept there was bravery, whether it was the IARD members who entered Portapique or your members in 𝐂𝐫𝐫𝐸, of course your ERT members at the Enfield Big Stop. I accept you were, as in the force, were dealing with the resources you had at the time. I accept it was an extraordinary circumstance, 22 people brutally murdered with the worst mass murder in Canadian history. But having said that, We have also heard evidence that in the early hours of the response in Portapique, there may have been confusion in the command structure. We've heard a lack of containment. The active shooter became mobile, left the community. We've heard evidence about the accidental shooting at the volunteer firefighters at the Onslow Fire Hall. We've heard about a delay in sending the tweet the next morning about a fully marked police car. We've heard about an alleged lack of awareness, I guess more than alleged, and use of Alert Ready by the RCMP. And of course, we've heard about the tragedy of some bodies not being discovered for about 18 hours. As Commissioner of the National Police Force, even at the 10,000-foot level, would you agree the response by the RCMP could have been better?
It can always be better. In any operational response, I say that because even at the most basic level of a response in a non-big event, I myself have reviewed things I've done and went, ooh, I could have done that better. There's always better ways of doing things.
We've had lots of evidence of late about the political interference issue, and of course I've listened to your evidence. I heard your evidence before Parliament. I read your transcript. The good news is I'm not taking you all back through it again. I think it's been covered. But I took the point yesterday from, and correct me if I'm wrong, from your side, there was none. You and your team say there was none. You were in the meetings with the politicians. And then we have the other side, which is these three very senior commanders in Nova Scotia, Assistant Commissioner former Bergerman, who would say that it would appear that there was. We have Chief Superintendent Leather saying he had the impression there was, not at first but later. And then of course we have now Chief Superintendent Campbell saying there was. I know you mentioned yesterday in your evidence that there seemed to be discrepancies, but I will call it, as a member of the public, it seems to be there's a gulf. There's two solitudes, two sides completely different. Have you taken any steps to deconflict that impression by reaching out to those senior commanders, excuse me, to try to reconcile the 2 points of view?
No, I haven't to date. It's part of something I want to do going forward, but given the testimonies at the parliamentary appearance and given various testimonies here, I didn't want to interfere with that.
And do you as Commissioner have any plan to put into place some kind of a refresher for your senior command people, including yourself, so that everybody is once again reminded and clear where the line is in terms of alleged interference in a police investigation with
Yeah, and
RCMP?
I would really like to take it a step further because I would like to take it to sort of a national level whereby members of Parliament, elected officials of any kind know what police independence is and what it isn't. And I say that because I'm part of the Five Eyes group, which is Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and the US. And we've talked about this, and you know, they're struggling with it as well. They struggle with it, especially in Australia and New Zealand, about police independence. And so if it's happening there, I want to be very careful that it's not happening here. And I've mentioned it to my counterpart in public safety, the Deputy Minister, saying, you know, we really need to put this on the table and have some kind of document that makes it very clear. And so when people come into a position, whether it's a commanding officer, whether it's a minister or it's a member of Parliament, to say this is what you need to know about your interactions with policing agencies.
As the Commissioner of the National Police Force, is it time for the RCMP to consider whether it should get out of municipal and rural policing in Canada?
It's definitely a topic of conversation. And I think that each and every one of the 194 contracts that we have across the country, 169 contracts that we have, I believe that I think any municipality or province would be remiss not to review their policing services.
Goes without saying we're in Nova Scotia, not in Manitoba, not in Saskatchewan. We're 2 years now post-event. Can you advise today whether you as Commissioner are aware of the RCMP looking at changes specifically, not only in Nova Scotia, but also Colchester County as a result of the mass?
I don't know the
tragedy?
specifics. All I know is that any commanding officer is asked to continually review resources in each and every one of their detachments. So they may have done it. I can't answer that question, sorry.
Who could answer that in your organization?
The commanding officer would be, or the criminal operations officer under the, I don't know if it's called the operational strategy branch, which is the normal entity that would do those reviews within the division.
Okay, so as I understand it,
I'm not sure.
who's the commanding officer in Nova Scotia? We don't have one at the
Yes,
moment. do we?
Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly, but
Okay.
he's not here yet.
Right. So
Sorry.
there's a gap at the moment?
Yeah. Right now, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather is the acting commanding officer.
Yes, okay, and we've had him here.
And
Okay.
I'm not sure if he has gone as far as to be more proactive or if he's just working on all the different things that from day to day. But I'm not sure who would be. I know that in the operational strategy branch, the corporate side of the RCMP in Nova Scotia, they would have an idea of any of those types of reviews that you're referring to. They should know if any of those are being done. And we could surely follow up with that if need be.
Well, I was just going to ask you, I'm assuming as Commissioner, if you could perhaps undertake through your council, if you call those people today, I'm guessing they're going to report back to you.
Yeah, if I had time to call them today. Yes.
Well, I'm a little
I'm just
facetious there,
teasing.
Commissioner, but
No.
if you issued a directive,
But it wouldn't. I wouldn't do that from my point of view. There's a whole. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry,
Oh,
I was just
sorry, I didn't
asking
see.
if there is a request here for an undertaking, and maybe if there is, we could make it a little more clear.
sure,
What is
and
looking
the
for.
undertaking would be, could you provide through council to the Commission an update on change in Nova Scotia, specifically Colchester County and rural policing,
Okay.
please?
I can say that we have submitted some information with respect to
Yes.
changes that have occurred in each division by the form of a written evidence subpoena. I think also retired CO Bergerman yesterday spoke to some of the changes in resourcing, specifically in that detachment. But if there's any additional information, we'll report back certainly.
Thank you.
So I guess, Commissioners, from my point of view, this now would be an undertaking at the direction of the Commissioner of the RCMP, who's now asking today for this too.
With respect to an undertaking, we'll take it under advisement.
So I want to ask you a couple of questions about subject matter experts first. My recollection is that you testified yesterday that you see this commission as your subject matter expert in policing. Do I have that right?
I don't think that's what I was referring to. I'd have
Okay.
to see the actual testimony.
All right, maybe I'll ask the next question and we'll go back to it. So if I understood the gist of a lot of your answers yesterday and today, as commissioner, essentially you're waiting for this commissioner or these commissioners to write the report before you start to act on the problems that arose or became apparent from Portapique. I know some things have been addressed, but you're really waiting on the commissioner's report.
Not necessarily, because, like I said, we have a team that listens to all the things that are going on. There's daily overviews done. If there's things that we see that we can correct or things that we can adjust, we're not going to sit back and wait. If it's something of a bigger nature that maybe will take a bigger review, maybe we'll start gathering the things that we need to look at it. Depending on what it is, we may not want to go down the road only to find out that it might be a different recommendation. So no, I find in general when we get reports on inquiries, we're often 3/4 down the road on most of it because it's already things that we've realized. If we haven't identified them ourselves, the people listening to the testimonies have flagged it. So.
All right, so my point was really that as commissioner of the RCMP, wouldn't it be fair to say that you and your team, your management team, are subject matter experts on policing?
In some regards, like some of my policing might be a little bit dated, like on the ground of certain technologies or certain things. Concepts, yes, we've all got, like I said, I've got over 36 years experience, but some of the nuances and some of the new technologies, techniques, policies, procedures, I'm not like hands-on
The
familiar.
last one is the crime scene at the Goulet residence on Highway 224. The family of Gina Goulet believe that the RCMP failed them miserably, and they've lost trust in the RCMP. And it's in part, it's for a number of reasons, but these are the ones I want to ask you about. Their crime scene was left unsecured and unattended. Gina's daughter and son-in-law drove by the day after her murder and found the scene in that state, unsecured and unattended. During the weeks following the murder, they found evidence that was not found and seized by the RCMP forensic team, and in particular, a bullet casing and a piece of lead. Gina's daughter and son-in-law were never formally notified that she was deceased, and they were never told by the RCMP where her body had been taken. And what I'm asking you is, based on the information I have provided you, are those actions of the various members involved within your expectations?
It doesn't appear that, first of all, I'm sorry that happened. When somebody loses a life and family are needing answers to questions, I can't imagine what that would be like. And the fact that we weren't there to be able to provide that, the fact that we didn't meet the family's expectations, and there may, in fact, be all kinds of reasons, but it really doesn't matter because we didn't meet the family's expectations. I don't have any explanation for it. The fact that I can't imagine the myriad of things that were going on, it still doesn't make it any better for the family. I am sure the fact that people didn't tell their family that their loved one was deceased, not knowing where the body was. The only thing I can say is that, and it's not any solace to the family, nobody would do that intentionally. It doesn't make it right, though.
Thank you for your apology, and I will extend that to my clients, and they will appreciate it. So thank you for that. You made a comment this morning that, in your view, the service delivery of the RCMP is second to none. As I started out saying, Nova Scotians are looking for some accountability. And I would suggest to you that the first step is acknowledging, for the RCMP to acknowledge incidents where their actions did not meet the expectations of, and I'm putting it to you, the RCMP Commissioner. I understand that underneath that we have policy, we have everything else, but you answered that you appreciate that your members' actions did not meet the expectations of my clients. My question was, did they meet the expectations of you as the Commissioner of the RCMP?
Again, I'm not here to protect, defend my members, but I'm kind of a fact gal. I like to have all the information, but it doesn't appear that they've met some of the expectations. If how you say it is exactly how it happened, without all the overlying, because I'm sure there's a lot of details to all of that. It doesn't appear that they met my expectations.
Thank you. A key question for the commissioners is really, moving forward, how are we going to hold the RCMP accountable to Canadians? So I'd just like to know if you agree with this observation. It appears that the management structure of the RCMP, from an outsider's perspective, is this incomprehensible web that actually thwarts efforts to hold the RCMP accountable and thwarts the RCMP's own efforts to change. And what I'm referring to is, if I had a dime for the number of times I have heard an RCMP officer say, not my department, can't answer that question, not sure. You need to ask this person. And really the question with regard to Chief Superintendent Leather was in that realm. You are he's a representative of the RCMP. A municipal police chief is saying, hey, what can I do to help? You provide a substantive response. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, because it does seem to be the management, that big clump in the middle between you and between the members on the ground, really does seem to be quite an incomprehensible web for someone on the outside. Do you agree with that? And do you think that that sort of dense management system that you have, where you talk about business lines, but it's not clear where they connect, whether that is thwarting accountability and thwarting your own efforts to change this organization that you lead?
Well, when you consider the size of the division, there has to be these various layers. I'm not expecting anybody from the outside to understand all of that, because it's a big organization. The fact that, and I know people don't want to hear it, the fact that in my case, COVID was a huge factor. It doesn't make things right. I'm just saying that things were different in this event than any other event. And we should be able to have foundational responses. And foundational responses work when you're not covering half a province of geography.
So I'm just concerned about what you said in the middle of all of that explanation, that it's a big organization and that you don't expect people from the outside will understand the complexity of it. So my question is, how are we, as the people that you serve, going to be able to hold you accountable if we don't have that transparency that you've told us you agree is so important?
I'm not going to sacrifice transparency here. I don't know if I am the best person with the little bit of information you've given me to make a judgment call. I would like to dig into all of this much more. Like you tell me, I wrote down 5 things that happened in the case of Gina, and I'm going, my goodness, we need to look into that. What happened there? It doesn't seem reasonable. What happened? Let's figure this out. Absolutely, because when I look at all the things, we have policy that covers a lot of these things, but my gosh, does that mean anything? No, it doesn't mean anything if we don't follow our policies. It doesn't mean anything if we don't do the right things. So I really want to look into these things and say, my goodness, why did that happen? Why wasn't the family told where the body was? Why weren't they given a proper next of kin? How did we overlook that evidence? How was the family allowed to drive by and we had not secured the scene? Those are questions that we need to ask, most definitely. And we need to give good answers to that. And that's where I see the transparency and that's where I see the accountability. But for me to provide a judgment call, I don't think I'm in the position to do that.
Well, I think the question that you're answering at this point, I think you're going back, and I appreciate those comments, to earlier questions, but was really, don't we as Canadians need to be able to go onto the RCMP website and clearly find an organizational chart so that if we have a question, we know who to ask that question to, we know whose field of responsibility it is, and we can see the lines going sideways and up and down as to how the institution itself holds itself accountable. Does that seem reasonable?
Well, I think that when you live in Area X, the detachment commander is your point of contact. And if the detachment commander is not, if you ask a question to that detachment commander that may be out of their realm of responsibility, for instance, you're asking the detachment commander of Colchester about something that's happening in another area, of course it won't be his or her responsibility, but he should be able to direct the person. It's no different than when I call Walmart and get the wrong department. I would expect somebody to direct me somewhere
Thank you. In
else.
the same way that Chief Superintendent Leather ideally could have simply directed Chief McNeil to whoever he felt he should have spoken to.
Yes, and I would also expect Chief McNeil to have some knowledge of who he should be speaking to.
So the RCMP is repeatedly characterized as a paramilitary organization. Can you explain that term to me?
It's interesting because we just did a full review on that exact concept coming out of our training academy. We did a review of the paramilitary style. I say that because when we talk about paramilitary, to me, is obviously we're in uniform. We have a command and control structure. The command and control structure, it's not in certain events. You can't be a consultative type leader. Sometimes you just have to make the decision, and people have to follow that decision. And that's where the sort of that paramilitary style comes in. It's also spoken about because we teach our cadets marching and drill, and that really is sort of not, I don't want to say it's an artificial paramilitary. We use parts of drill for to have teaching points on multitasking when somebody is in your face. There's all these learning points. So although it translates itself into marching, that doesn't, I don't include that in the paramilitary. From the outside, though, it does look very military, but we do use that for teaching certain skill sets. Where the paramilitary, I would say that any organization, police organization, is in fact partially paramilitary by the command structure. It comes from the fact, and I think people still call us paramilitary because we are actually called a regiment. We're the oldest regiment in Canada, as a matter of fact, and our chief commander is the Queen as a regiment. And that has its roots in military. And when the RCMP started, it was very military, very similar to military. And then as time goes on, it's really, we are a police agency. The only thing that's paramilitary about us is the fact that we have a command structure where somebody will, in fact, make a decision. We have ranks similar to the military, as does any police agency. Most all people that we hire have no military background.
I know, and I want to give you an opportunity. I know that you've canvassed this with Ms. Young, but I want to give you an opportunity to respond to the idea that this may very well have been a missed opportunity for you to demonstrate cultural change, both to your own members and to the Canadian public. So my understanding is the allegation was that the constable in question grabbed 2 female members' breasts, and it was at a team building social event for RCMP members following, I think, a day of training. And further, that the member in question didn't deny the allegations, but said that he was blackout drunk at the time. SiRT investigated and found that there were grounds to lay criminal charges of sexual assault against the member. Then the 2 female complainants decided that they didn't wish to pursue criminal charges. The matter was then referred to the RCMP's Conduct Board, and the board's decision was to dock the constable in question 35 days pay, directed that he was ineligible for promotion for 2 years, and ordered him into alcohol abuse counseling. Then retired Commanding Officer Bergerman appealed to you, arguing that the constable's actions met the definition of sexual assault, and he should either resign or be dismissed. And your decision released last month was that you were not going to interfere with the board's ruling. So that was kind of a long-winded background question. I just want to give you the opportunity to speak to this, because certainly I would say that an argument and a submission can be made that this is a demonstration that it's just same old with the RCMP, nothing's changed.
Your facts aren't exactly true. The commanding officer doesn't appeal to me. They make an appeal to the board. The board made a decision on the dismissal. So it goes through the conduct process. It went to a board. The board, the member was up for dismissal. They do the aggravating, mitigating. They make their decision. They made a decision with all of those sanctions, as you said. And then the commanding officer appeals that decision.
To you?
No, it goes to the ERC.
Okay.
To the External Review Committee, which is external to the RCMP, and they appeal the decision. The ERC makes a decision on the appeal, and if there's an error in process in that appeal. And they made the decision that the decision was proper, the decision of the board. And so then it comes to me to decide if the ERC is incorrect, or if they, in fact, if there was errors in the decision making, and I don't agree with the decision of the ERC. So my role is to take the ERC's decision on the board's decision and decide if there was any errors. And I found there to be no errors in the decision-making process. It's all different, obviously, labor law. I didn't make the decision in isolation, of course. The decision is reviewed at, I go to my subject matter experts. Our sanctions and our code of conduct is based on it's not based on punitive measures, it's based on reform measures. That's part of the labor laws or labor concepts. In this case, the sanctions that were given were given based on, like I said, aggravating versus mitigating circumstances. It wasn't a decision that I took lightly. There was no error in the decision making, and therefore I agreed with the External Review Committee's decision on the appeal to the board's decision.
Do you have any concerns about what that says to female members of the RCMP?
Absolutely. And when I think of zero tolerance, I think zero tolerance does not specifically or always mean dismissal. It can mean some of the discipline that was given. If in fact there is an ability for rehabilitative assistance to a member, if like I said, I don't have all the decision in front of me, but from what I recall, there was a lot of mitigating circumstances in this particular case.
Can you speak to what support, if any, was provided to the two female member complainants in that case?
Not specifically. That would have been done at the divisional level.
As you know, the MPF is a union representing RCMP members below the rank of inspector, including approximately 100 members who responded operationally on April 18th and 19th, 2020, and who were involved in the subsequent H-Strong investigation. The MPF's members remain deeply and directly affected by the mass casualty and the events that followed, both from their exposure to trauma related to the mass shooting and from the loss of their friend and colleague. And the MPF has heard from many of its members who feel that they have not heard enough from you in terms of public statements in support of them and in support of their efforts, and that they have not heard from you directly when they've needed it the most over these most difficult 2.5 years. And this support from their leadership is badly needed, and it's sorely missed. And I know that many members are watching these proceedings today to hear what you have to say. So on their behalf, the National Police Federation would like to ask you to share with the Commission anything that you feel that the members who responded to these events and who have mourned the loss of their colleague deserve to hear from you as Commissioner of the RCMP about their service in response to the mass casualty.
I can't imagine what our employees and our members went through on that night. I can't imagine now looking back how helpless some of them may have felt in trying to, like I said, using their experience, their knowledge, their training, and the facts before them, responded. When I saw pictures of the Portapique area and what they were walking through, it sent shivers up my spine. And the fact that they were walking, as pointed out today, 9-10 kilometers towards danger, thinking that they were actually walking towards the perpetrator and were prepared to walk towards that threat. That to me is sheer heroism. Is it reflective in the results? I'm sure, as we've heard in many of the testimonies or many of the questions, many feel we did not meet their expectations. There's always things we can do better, and each and every one of those members went into that call to do the best they could, putting themselves before others, and that's all I can ask from those members and those people that supported them. We will look at this incident. We will, of course, look at the things that we can do better, but that doesn't change the trauma. Actually, all of this just adds to the trauma of what they went through. To put their best foot forward and to be criticized and to look at it from a hindsight, oh my gosh, if we had hindsight, you wouldn't need police, ever. And to hear the criticism in those first days made me sick to my stomach. And if it made me sick to my stomach, I can only imagine how they felt. Because many of them born and raised in Nova Scotia, many of them are they're part of the community, whether or not they're born there or not. They're part of the community. They know people. They know many of the people that died. They know the families and the friends of families that have been affected. They lost one of their own. Another got injured. I don't know how we get through this. We're going to do the best we can. I'm hoping to God that everything that we have in place to assist all of these employees will help them get through the other side of this. There's so much resilience that's been shown by the membership so far. And, it's interesting, we talk about 𝐓𝐸, and I'm telling people, because I was at somebody who deals with crisis management, you don't have to be strong right now. If you need help, please go get help. Don't feel that you have to be strong and that you have to be a certain way. Don't suffer in silence. We have worked far too hard to get rid of the stigma of traumatization and mental health. We'll be there for you, whatever you need. I want that message out to everybody, that get the help that you need. We need to make things better so that they won't struggle with a response, but I also want to say there was a person who killed 22 people, a heinous crime, a highly motivated person that was there to do harm, who actually did a lot of planning. Could we have figured that out beforehand? Maybe we could have figured out parts of it. But if somebody is that highly motivated to do harm, we use the response we have, but it doesn't always work. If somebody wants to kill somebody, they can kill somebody. And that's unfortunate. And so I really think that they have done extremely well under the circumstances. I think the aftermath has been worse than in some ways, in the days following, and I'm really proud of our members and our employees, and I'm proud of what they've done. And I'm not saying, and my message to the families, I'm not saying we're perfect. We are not perfect. We will always try to do better. I think that before this incident, I think Nova Scotians had trust in their RCMP. I think they believed in their RCMP, and this incident has shattered that trust for many. But my message is, I hope that one day in your heart, you can find yourself to find some trust. I know it's not going to be easy. It's something that we have to earn. It's not something that we have and hold forever. But I know that the members in Nova Scotia are committed to that. They're committed to the community. They're committed to Canadians. They do not want to see anything like this ever happen again. And I think that, I think one of the things that was sad was people were scared. It's pretty hard to talk about the good work that your members do when 22 people die. And a lot of criticism. And when we look back with hindsight, there are things that, yes, we could have done better. And it's hard to come out in front of that without offending somebody and saying how proud you are of your members and trying not to rekindle a negative narrative. So sometimes you think, well, I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to talk to that member, or I'm going to say something to them. And I should have been out there a lot earlier. That I can't go backwards. I can say there was all kinds of reasons. But I should have been on the ground. I played too close to I followed the rules. I shouldn't have been following the rules. I should have been there to support our membership. And I really do apologize for that. And it's not because I wasn't thinking about them. I was doing everything behind the scenes that I could to make sure that they were supported. And I really want them to know that I am proud of each and every one of them. I'm going to stop there.
What commitment can you make to the members of the RCMP on behalf, or what commitment can you make to the members of the MPF on behalf of the RCMP that they will be safer and they will be better prepared the next time they're asked to serve in a major incident where their lives are endangered, as occurred in this incident?
Well, first, those 22 lives, nobody should die in vain. And each and everything that we can improve, whether it's tactical, equipment, training, communication, relationships with other police agencies, containment, evidence gathering, I wrote a bunch of lists down, all of those things, anything that we can do to make that response better, stronger, more efficient, and provide the tools and the training that our members need, God forbid, to deal with another one of these heinous crimes. I am completely committed to that. And I think we have shown over the years a lot of the things that we have brought forward with various different tactical training, equipment and training, tactical responses. And I still think that part of our response, when we talk about things, we have to go back to basics with our community policing, which our members do exponentially and do very well. And that's how we connect to the community. That's how we might save a life of a person who's in a mental health crisis. That's where we might have connected with somebody who was ideologically motivated and turned that motivation into violence. That's part of who we are. And we do that very well, and we have to continue to do that. Because I say anything too extreme, if we become too tactical, or if we become too orientated towards community policing, we need the strength to find the balance to do both. Members and employees of the RCMP have my commitment that these recommendations, any of the ones that we can implement, we will implement.
Last question.
We
Is
will
there
try.
anything you thought you'd be asked about here today that hasn't been covered that you think is important for the commissioners to know?
Oh. No, I did think there were some things that got a lot of attention that were probably not going to change anything on the ground. And that's just my own personal opinion, obviously. I'm glad to see the families here, because then for me it means everything resonates far deeper. To be in a room or doing it virtually or being somewhere else wouldn't resonate. Obviously I'm still committed, but it doesn't resonate as deeply. To see the faces of families and to see the pain and just to try to walk a mile in their shoes. I can't imagine this has been the longest inquiry I've ever seen, but it's a big event, and I can't imagine the responsibilities of the commission. I can't imagine the pressure or the weight that they're feeling, because I'm looking in this room of the commitment. I'm looking at all the lawyers who are going to hold us all to account in this, and rightfully so. And I did want to apologize to, and I forget your name, I was losing a little patience with your questions yesterday. But holding us to account is super important. I think, too, that I want to apologize for the RCMP, but in such a way that we weren't what you expected us to be, and I don't think we were what you wanted us to be or what you needed us to be. And I wish that we could have been more, and we could have been different, and we could have predicted, and we could have had more hindsight. We could have had a lot of things. But I still think that it was extremely heinous. I've never seen anything like this. I have 37 years of experience. I read up on all kinds of immediate, active shooters. And if anybody ever thought this would happen in Nova Scotia, nobody could predict this. And so we have to make sure we get this right. And there's we have to make sure those recommendations will help us. And there are a lot of things that maybe we can't do, and maybe with the push of the commission, we can. And so that's the type of thing I think I challenge in a sense that we tell our story, but we don't own a contract. It's public safety. We're the service delivery people. We don't own the contracts. We don't tell the provinces what they can spend their money on. We try to present the best case we can, but I think if there's recommendations to be had that help us tell that story, I'm there, and we have to make sure we get this right. Thanks.
How confident are you in your command structure that you are being given accurate, timely, important information so that you can make informed decisions? And it's the same question I asked of Assistant Commissioner Bruggeman, because it's about those who you've surrounded yourself with as a commissioner and are relying on to get that information.
No, that is an excellent question, and of course there's been a couple of not so good examples brought forward, which are unusual in my mind, because I get briefed regularly on almost everything, and I know a lot about everything, and I'm not an expert in anything. But for example, there are daily reports that come out of this inquiry. Do I read every one of those reports? No. There's issues identified, and they're sort of tasked out. I have an entire tasking unit that tasks all my stuff out. I know with this, these come through. If they apply to a certain business line, they're highlighted like, okay, pay attention to this, or if it's for the division, have a look at this. And then it's decided on the course of action, what's going to be taken. Now, if it gets to something that's a huge red flag, normally somebody will bring that to my attention. I know that there has been general comments about, so the idea of what was brought forward wasn't foreign to me. The details, I didn't get into the details because let's work this out, absolutely. And now that all the things that have been brought forth by the various councils, this is going to be a good check and balance for me, because I'm going to go back to my team and say, okay, these things were brought forward. I know that the person in charge of 𝐂𝐤𝐲𝐬𝐬, Mike O'Malley, has been, he takes tons of notes. He's farming it out. But I'm going to be asking questions and just testing the waters to make sure that, in fact, all of these things that we talk about are what's happening with them. And if somebody continues to say, oh, nothing, well, obviously, I'm almost 100% confident that's not going to happen.
I wonder if I could also leave you with a request. In fact, it's more than a request. I would implore you to assist us with the implementation of our recommendations. And in fact, it's more than that. I would ask you to be a champion for those recommendations. I was struck by the fact that you said sometimes you don't even think of yourself as the commissioner, and that's a sign of humility, but you are the commissioner of the RCMP, and you are in a very powerful position. And we need courageous leaders in powerful positions to make sure that our recommendations get implemented. They're independent recommendations. It's an independent inquiry. We don't represent one side or the other. We represent the public interest. But that's not what it's about. It's not about us. I said in our opening remarks, we're on the lucky side of this equation, everyone involved in this commission. We're on the lucky side of this equation. It's about, and they're in our binders every day, it's about the families, it's about those who've lost their lives. It's about the first responders, the communities, those who've been hurt physically in so many ways. The people of the province, it reverberates around the country. Two of the people who lost their lives were from the United States. So it reverberates everywhere. And, we've seen recommendations come and go, and these have to be implemented, as I say, not for us, but for the memories and for all the harm that's been done. There's a lot of hurt in this province. There's pain and sorrow here every day. We see it. And they deserve to have good recommendations, pragmatic recommendations, implementable recommendations. And we will do our best, and Commissioner Stanton has mentioned some ideas. We will do our best from our end to make sure they're implemented, but from us, they're recommendations. And so I am passionately imploring you as a person in a powerful position to champion those recommendations for the benefit of all this, to ameliorate some of the suffering, and so that the lives lost will not be in vain. And if people push back, be they politicians, be they colleagues, push back harder, please, for the memory of of the people who lost their lives and for all the suffering. And I would implore you to do that, and that with my thanks as well.